Over the course of more than 5 millennia, a corridor of exchange, pilgrimage, and imperial ambition extended across the vast expanse of Eurasia, an intricate network later named by 19th-century historians as the Silk Road. Its genesis, however, predates that designation by millennia. Between the 4th and 2nd millennia BCE, early pastoral and agrarian societies from the Tarim Basin to the Iranian plateau established routes of trans-regional barter, where nephrite jade, lapis lazuli, tin, and woven textiles moved between cultures long before silk became the road's defining commodity. By the late 3rd millennium BCE, proto-urban centers such as Anau, Sharai Sokhta, and Bactra were already mediating the circulation of luxury goods, spiritual ideas, and metallurgical knowledge across what would later become one of the most important cultural arteries in human history. By the 2nd century BCE, under the Han dynasty, these scattered pathways coalesced into a structured diplomatic and mercantile system. Imperial envoys traversed the western frontiers of China, forging alliances and establishing trade relations with the Yuezhi, Parthians, and eventually the Hellenistic kingdoms. Over centuries, the Silk Road evolved into a transcontinental web of interdependence that linked Chang'an with Antioch, Samarkand with Persepolis, and Kashgar with Byzantium. Within this web, silk was not merely fabric, it was a theological and political symbol, a medium of divine kingship, and an expression of cosmic order. The Silk Road's significance transcends economics. It embodies the historical convergence of religion, empire, and scientific thought. Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and later Islam all migrated through these routes, shaping the cosmological identities of countless peoples. From the Buddhist manuscripts of Dunhuang to the Nestorian crosses of Xi'an, and from Sasanian silver to Abbasid ceramics, every artifact recovered from these trade corridors bears witness to the shared intellectual history of humankind. The Silk Road, therefore, cannot be reduced to commerce. It represents the diffusion of sacred texts, artistic paradigms, and metaphysical questions that still define civilization today. If you find value in the reclamation of sacred history, consider subscribing and continuing this intellectual journey. Long before silk threads crossed imperial frontiers, the vast interior of Eurasia was already interwoven by a network of early trade and ritual exchange that spanned mountains, deserts, and river valleys. The period between 4000 and 2000 BCE witnessed the gradual emergence of transcontinental mobility among Neolithic and early Bronze Age communities, whose material cultures would later form the substratum of the Silk Road. Archaeological data from the Iranian plateau, the Indus Valley, and the Tarim Basin indicate that commerce was initially driven not by the pursuit of wealth, but by the need for sacred prestige goods, objects imbued with religious and cosmological significance. In southern Central Asia, the proto-urban settlements of the Bactria Margiana Archaeological Complex, BMAC, flourishing between 2300 and 1700 BCE, served as early mediators of interregional contact. Excavations at Gonar and Togalok reveal the circulation of lapis lazuli, carnelian, and chlorite vessels from distant lands such as Badakhshan and the Indus region. These items did not function merely as ornaments. They were instruments of divine mediation, used in temples and ritual feasts that affirmed the cosmic hierarchy between gods and men. Lapis, with its deep celestial hue, was especially revered as a symbol of divine kingship. Its journey from Afghan mines to Mesopotamian temples demonstrating a form of proto-globalization guided as much by sacred cosmology as by economic logic. Contemporaneously, in the late Chalcolithic Near East, the expansion of trade networks linking Sumer, Elam, and the Indus Valley introduced new modes of exchange management. The invention of cylinder seals and cuneiform tablets during the Uruk period, c. 3500–3100 BCE, institutionalized commerce, transforming itinerant barter into regulated economic ritual. The temples of Inanna and Enki in cities such as Uruk and Eridu functioned as both sanctuaries and warehouses, where priests maintained the dual roles of scribes and merchants. Thus, early Trans-Eurasian exchange was inextricably tied to theological administration, the gods themselves presiding over contracts, shipments, and resource allocations. Meanwhile, in the distant highlands of the Altai and Tian Shan ranges, evidence of early metallurgy and horse domestication reveals another axis of innovation. Nomadic groups in these regions contributed mobility and logistical expertise that would later define Silk Road caravans. These early pastoralists, moving across ecotones from steppe to desert, connected disparate agricultural societies through seasonal exchange fairs and intermarriage. The discovery of Andronovo ceramics and Afanasievo grave containing foreign artifacts demonstrates the movement of both people and technology across enormous distances. By the mid-3 millennium BCE, a cultural continuum had emerged from the Yellow River Basin to the Iranian plateau. While no single political entity unified these lands, ritual and material homologies, such as the use of jade in funerary contexts, the proliferation of standardized weights, and shared metallurgical practices suggest a network of symbolic communication. The notion of exchange, therefore, was not simply transactional but metaphysical. The movement of goods paralleled the circulation of or divine ordinances, which structured the cosmos according to Sumerian theology. The early Silk Road, in its embryonic form, was a terrestrial reflection of this celestial commerce, a medium through which cosmic order was continuously affirmed through human movement. As the 3rd millennium BCE progressed, this diffuse network of sacred commerce matured into more organized regional systems of exchange, particularly around the Oxus, Indus, and Tigris-Euphrates basins. Each of these regions developed distinct yet interconnected economic theologies, that is, models of trade sanctified by divine sanction. In Mesopotamia, the temple economy of the early dynastic period, c. 2900–2350 BCE, solidified the priestly monopoly over distribution and tribute. Texts from Lagash and Umma describe caravans transporting metals and lapis lazuli under the oversight of temple stewards, whose ledgers, inscribed in proto-cuneiform, recorded not only quantities but offerings to specific deities. Trade was, in this context, an act of ritual maintenance. The gods required circulation, and stagnation of goods was equated with cosmic imbalance. Parallel developments unfolded in the Indus Valley, where the cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro reached an unprecedented level of urban complexity by 2600 BCE. The Indus civilization's trade with Sumer, attested by the Akkadian references to Meluha, reflected an advanced logistical infrastructure. Seals bearing animal motifs and script fragments found in Mesopotamian ports, such as Ur and Lagash, testify to a consistent mercantile presence of Indus traders. The materials exchanged, copper, ivory, shell, and precious stones, were less significant than the bureaucratic regularity of their transfer. The existence of uniform weight systems across these sites implies a shared metrological understanding, perhaps derived from mutual observation rather than direct imperial coercion. Further north, along the Amu Darya and Zeravshan rivers, the proto-urban settlements of Margiana and Bactria formed a cultural intermediary zone. Archaeologists have identified fortified centers, such as Goner Tepe, containing monumental religious structures with central altars, hearths, and libation channels, suggesting a cultic economy centered on fire and purification rites. This sacred architecture parallels early Zoroastrian motifs, though centuries before the codification of the Avesta. It reveals that trade, agriculture, and worship were inseparable. The circulation of goods was embedded within cyclical ritual performances, affirming the fertility of both land and polity. In this broader landscape, the Tarim Basin constituted one of the most enigmatic nodes. Excavations of Bronze Age cemeteries in Zairo and Kerighul have unearthed mummified remains exhibiting genetic and cultural diversity, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Central Asian features intermingled. Their textile weaves and funerary objects reveal influences from both Eastern China and Western steppe cultures. The Tarim oases thus acted as early intercultural laboratories where techniques of textile production, horse gear, and agricultural practices coalesced. Long before the first recorded mention of silk in Sumerian inventories, fibers from this region already signified social distinction and ritual sanctity. Technological advances further bound these civilizations. Bronze metallurgy, spreading from the Iranian plateau into the Indus and Western China, enabled the creation of durable tools and weapons that enhanced mobility and security along early trade corridors. The domestication of the Bactrian camel around 2500 BCE was particularly transformative. Its endurance in arid environments provided the logistical backbone for sustained overland transport, effectively reducing the isolation of interior basins. The emergence of caravan routes linking Anau, Sharai-Sokoto, and the Helmand Delta marks one of the earliest examples of coordinated transregional commerce. By the late 3rd millennium, the diffusion of material culture had already reached symbolic depth. The iconography of divine kingship, seen in Mesopotamian cylinder seals, Indus seals, and BMAC ritual art, shared common motifs: horned crowns, solar discs, serpentine guardians, and sacred mountains. These images articulate a cosmological grammar through which authority and legitimacy circulated across linguistic and ethnic boundaries. In this sense, the early Silk Road did not arise from geopolitical calculation, but from an emergent metaphysical consensus that the exchange of materials mirrored the divine reciprocity sustaining the cosmos itself. Through this long gestation, Trans-Eurasian exchange evolved beyond barter into a moral economy, regulated by priestly elites and sanctified by celestial ideology. The foundational premise, that movement is sacred and that wealth must serve cosmic equilibrium, would persist for millennia, echoing through later Zoroastrian, Buddhist, and Islamic interpretations of trade. The Silk Road, though yet unnamed, was already a theological axis, an unbroken conversation between civilizations through the medium of matter. Between 2500 and 2000 BCE, the gradual synchronization of regional economies across the Old World advanced the formation of what might be described as the prehistorical infrastructure of globalism. The societies that occupied the Eurasian ecumene, stretching from the Yellow River in the east to the Levant in the west, were never isolated. Rather, they were connected through slow but persistent flows of goods, techniques, and cosmological concepts. Archaeological evidence from this era attests to the increasing regularity of these exchanges, though their scale remained primarily interregional rather than transcontinental. Yet even within these local circulations, the logic of the Silk Road had begun to crystallize. Routes of material movement doubled as pathways of divine order. In northern Mesopotamia, the rise of the Akkadian Empire under Sargon, r. 2334–2279 BCE, marked the first attempt to politically unify the arteries of this sacred commerce under imperial supervision. Cuneiform inscriptions celebrate the emperor's reach from the Lower Sea to the Upper Sea, a formula denoting not only geographic domination, but the aspiration to encompass all known trade zones under a single divinely sanctioned hegemony. Akkadian administration institutionalized long-distance exchange through the appointment of official merchants, tamkaru, who operated under royal protection. Their missions linked the metallurgical zones of Anatolia, the lapis mines of Badakhshan, and the agricultural surpluses of Sumer. In this system, imperial order and commercial expansion were indistinguishable. To trade was to participate in the maintenance of Sharu Kishatu, the universal kingship granted by the gods. Simultaneously, in the Indus Valley, the Harappan civilization reached its urban zenith. Planned streets, standardized bricks, and granaries indicate an unprecedented degree of civic coordination. Its port cities, Lothal and Dolavira, engaged actively in maritime commerce with the Persian Gulf. The presence of Indus seals in Oman and Bahrain and the discovery of Mesopotamian copper artifacts in Harappan contexts illustrate bidirectional exchange. These connections, however, were not merely economic. They formed part of a larger cultural matrix of sacred correspondence. The Indus priestly elite, operating within a cosmology centered on fertility and water, perceived trade as a reflection of the cyclical regeneration of the world. Exchange routes mirrored the flow of rivers. Both were lifelines through which divine vitality circulated. To the north, the Proto-Indo-European-speaking pastoralists of the Eurasian steppe contributed another essential element: mobility. The domestication of the horse, first achieved in the Pontic-Caspian region and diffused eastward through the Sintashta culture, revolutionized both communication and warfare. The chariot, its earliest forms appearing by the 21st century BCE, transformed the velocity of cultural contact. What had once been seasonal migration became sustained transregional linkage. These steppe societies, though lacking monumental architecture, served as intermediaries, transmitting not only goods but mythic and linguistic structures that would echo throughout the later civilizations of Iran, India, and Greece. The gods of the sky, fire, and oath, Dyaus, Mitra, Varuna, all trace conceptual ancestry to this early horizon of exchange. In the eastern extremities, along the Yellow River, the Longshan culture, c. 3900 BCE, consolidated agrarian communities that would eventually underpin the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Archaeological findings of jade from distant Western sources within Longshan sites suggest that China's participation in the Trans-Eurasian material economy began far earlier than textual records imply. Jade, imbued with moral and cosmological connotations, became a sacred intermediary substance, its sheen symbolizing the perfection of heaven's mandate. The routes by which such stones traveled from Central Asia into early China foreshadowed the geographic trajectory of the future Silk Road itself. By the close of the 3rd millennium BCE, the accumulated pattern of interregional exchange had formed a recognizable template: trade corridors linked to temple economies, merchant diasporas operating under divine sanction, and technological transfers embodied in metallurgy, transport, and agriculture. Yet no singular term or ideology unified these mechanisms. Instead, their coherence rested upon a shared cosmological intuition that the world was a connected organism, and that to maintain the rhythm of its circulation was to align with divine order. The Silk Road's eventual emergence under the Han Dynasty would thus represent not an invention, but the culmination of millennia of sacred practice and ecological adaptation. Across this proto-global landscape, the human experience of distance was being redefined. The horizon was no longer a barrier but a bridge. Each region, through exchange, mirrored another's divinity. The merchants and priests of these early civilizations were not explorers, but custodians of a planetary rhythm, ensuring that the movement of matter, from lapis to grain, continued to sustain the metaphysical balance of the world. By the dawn of the 2nd millennium BCE, the preconditions for what later historians would designate the Silk Road had become unmistakably established. The diffusion of goods, technologies, and cosmological paradigms across the breadth of Eurasia was no longer incidental but systemic. It functioned as a suprapolitical network, a phenomenon transcending the lifespan of dynasties and the boundaries of language. This epoch, bridging the Bronze and early Iron Ages, reveals the maturation of the idea that trade was a manifestation of divine order, a harmonizing process through which distant societies, unknowingly cooperating, participated in the construction of a single interconnected world. The political landscapes of this era exemplify the growing institutionalization of exchange. In Mesopotamia, the rise of the 3rd dynasty of Ur, c. 2112-2004 BCE, reasserted administrative control after the Akkadian collapse. The Ensi of Ur, functioning as both secular rulers and temple administrators, reorganized economic life around a meticulously recorded system of rationing and tribute. Texts from the reign of Shulgi describe standardized measurements of silver, barley, and textiles, establishing norms that would influence economic practice throughout the ancient Near East. Yet beyond the bureaucratic precision lay a theological impulse. Royal inscriptions consistently equated fair trade and honest accounting with cosmic righteousness, integrating economic justice into the divine mandate of kingship. In the Iranian plateau, the Proto-Elamite civilization developed contemporaneously, extending from Susa to Anshan. The emergence of a distinctive writing system and the construction of monumental ziggurat complexes attest to the duality of temple and market as inseparable institutions. The Elamites facilitated the westward and eastward flow of tin, a critical component of bronze production, and thus mediated the metallurgical dialogue between Mesopotamia and Central Asia. The trade in tin, often underestimated, represented one of the earliest examples of strategic resource management, foreshadowing later Silk Road dynamics where specific commodities, silk, incense, porcelain, became civilizational currencies of power. Meanwhile, in the Indus Valley, the decline of urban centers such as Mohenjo-daro and Harappa around 1900 BCE did not terminate exchange. Rather, it redistributed it. Smaller settlements in Gujarat, Baluchistan, and northern Afghanistan continued to operate as nodes in a fragmented yet persistent commercial web. The continuance of maritime trade through the Persian Gulf demonstrates the resilience of the mercantile ethos even amid ecological and political disruption. The archaeological visibility of this persistence, beads, weights, and copper artifacts scattered across distant sites, illustrates that the underlying principle of circulation remained culturally indispensable. Farther north, the spread of metallurgical technology into the Eurasian steppe intensified the process of mobility. The Andronovo horizon, spanning from the Urals to western China, c. 2900 BCE, functioned as a vast cultural intermediary between sedentary agrarian states and mobile pastoral economies. Its inhabitants, skilled in bronze casting and animal husbandry, transmitted both material innovations and mythological motifs, particularly solar symbolism and fire rituals, that would later inform Indo-Iranian and Indo-Aryan religious vocabularies. The solar chariot, the divine smith, and the sanctification of oath and flame all derive from this intermediary world that united metallurgy and cosmology within the same conceptual field. In China, the Xia and early Shang polities, traditionally dated to c. 2100–1600 BCE, advanced the consolidation of agricultural surplus, bronze technology, and ritual hierarchy. The presence of Western materials, such as tin and turquoise from Central Asia, within early Chinese sites supports the inference of sustained long-distance contact. Oracle bone inscriptions from later centuries, while focused on divination, implicitly affirm the metaphysical continuity between material prosperity and divine approval. The king's ability to secure tribute from afar was interpreted as proof of cosmic harmony. Distance, once a geographical constraint, had become a theological measure of authority. Across all these civilizations, a unifying intellectual transformation occurred. Trade ceased to be merely utilitarian and assumed a metaphysical dimension. The movement of goods symbolized the movement of divine will. Each exchanged object, be it a lapis bead, a bronze dagger, or a woven textile, was embedded with sacred intentionality. The cumulative effect was the creation of a shared trans-Eurasian epistemology of value, in which economic activity served as an instrument of cosmic equilibrium. Thus, by approximately 2000 BCE, the foundations of the Silk Road were in place, though the term and its later political articulations would emerge millennia afterward. Caravans had not yet been named, empires had not yet aligned themselves to control the routes, but the metaphysical infrastructure, the conception of exchange as sacred motion, was already deeply entrenched. It is within this intellectual and ecological matrix that the historical Silk Road would later arise, transforming the ancient theology of movement into a vast, enduring system of civilizational interdependence. The establishment of the Han dynasty in 206 BCE marked the first durable political consolidation of the Chinese world following the collapse of the short-lived Qin Empire. From its inception, Han statecraft conceived of imperial order as a reflection of cosmic harmony. The emperor, styled the Son of Heaven, governed not by personal authority, but through the mandate of heaven, an invisible principle binding terrestrial governance to celestial equilibrium. Within this intellectual framework, foreign relations, tribute, and trade were not peripheral activities, but extensions of the imperial cosmology. The opening of trans-Eurasian routes under Han auspices, therefore, constituted a theological as well as an administrative project. To extend civilization's pulse outward until all under heaven resonated in unison. The geopolitical context of the late 3rd and early 2nd centuries BCE demanded such expansion. Beyond the fortified borders of the Ordos and Gansu corridors lay the nomadic confederation of the Xiongnu, whose cavalry dominated the northern steppes. Their control of the movement of horses, jade, and steppe pastures represented both an economic obstacle and a strategic menace to the agrarian heartlands. In 138 BCE, Emperor Wu dispatched the envoy Zhang Qian to seek alliances with Western peoples against the Xiongnu. His journey, recorded in the Shiji of Sima Qian, stands as the first state-sanctioned attempt to penetrate the transcontinental interior. Though captured and detained for over a decade, Zhang Qian eventually reached the realm of the Yuezhi in Bactria and returned with reports of fertile lands, strong horses, and foreign goods unknown in China. His mission reoriented imperial geography. The western regions ceased to be a marginal frontier and became a field of destiny. The court's response was systematic. Garrisons were established in the Hexi corridor, new commanderies founded in Dunhuang, Jiuquan, Zhang'an, and Wuwei, settlements that functioned simultaneously as military bulwarks and administrative depots for trans-Eurasian trade. The Protectorate of the Western Regions, Ziyuduhu, institutionalized this expansion, ensuring the security of caravans and the collection of tribute from oasis states such as Cotton, Kashgar, and Yarkand. Silk, once an exclusively courtly fabric symbolizing virtue and restraint, became a diplomatic instrument. Bolts of fine woven silk were exchanged for the Fergana horses, whose stamina and lineage were believed to derive from celestial ancestry. Thus commerce, diplomacy, and mythology merged into a single continuum of imperial ritual. The Han administrative ideology translated economic circulation into cosmological symmetry. The Huinanzi, a philosophical treatise compiled in the 2nd century BCE, described the empire as a body whose arteries were roads and whose lifeblood was exchange. Movement sustained vitality, closure signified decay. In practical terms, this meant that maintaining open corridors through the desert and steppe was tantamount to maintaining the health of the cosmic organism itself. Every envoy who crossed the Pamirs, every merchant who brought glass or aromatics from Parthia participated, consciously or not, in the reproduction of imperial order. Archaeological discoveries corroborate the scale of this early activity. Han coins, silk fragments, and lacquerware have been found as far west as Afghanistan, while Roman glass and Mediterranean shells have appeared in Chinese tombs of the 1st century BCE. These findings attest to indirect, yet continuous contact mediated by Iranian and Central Asian intermediaries. The goods themselves, however, were secondary to the principle they embodied, that the civilized world was no longer bounded by local ecology, but by the reach of imperial intention. The Han dynasty's vision of the Silk Route was thus not a spontaneous mercantile phenomenon, but a deliberate cosmopolitical construction, a system where trade, ritual, and law operated as harmonized expressions of heaven's design. What emerged from Zhang Qian's journey and Wu Di's campaigns was less a road than an idea, that the movement of silk through space mirrored the movement of order through time, weaving the disparate fabrics of Eurasia into a single imperial tapestry. The consolidation of Han authority across Central Asia after Zhang Qian's expeditions inaugurated a period of structured imperial engagement with the Western world, transforming sporadic exchanges into a formalized transcontinental system. The court under Emperor Wu pursued a policy of progressive militarization and colonization along the Gansu and Tarim corridors, recognizing that the regulation of movement was synonymous with the assertion of sovereignty. Fortified stations and beacon towers, stretching from Chang'an to the Dunhuang oasis, articulated an infrastructural rhythm that was both administrative and cosmological. Each post, maintained by imperial decree, functioned as a node in the empire's circulatory system, its maintenance of the outer world reflecting the vitality of the inner. Establishment of the Protectorate of the Western Regions around 60 BCE institutionalized Han influence over the myriad oasis polities scattered between the Tianshan and Kunlun ranges. These states, Cotton, Lulan, Turfan, and Kashgar among them, served as waypoints for caravans and as semi-autonomous vassals, transmitting both tribute and intelligence to Chang'an. The Protector General acted as an imperial surrogate, enforcing taxation and securing roads against Qiongnu incursions. Through this office, the Han transformed diplomacy into bureaucracy, embedding divine kingship into the architecture of travel. The road thus ceased to be a mere path of commerce. It became an extension of the emperor's metaphysical reach. Trade along these corridors soon evolved beyond silk, embracing a spectrum of materials whose symbolic significance often outweighed their economic utility. Among the most valued imports were horses from Fergana, revered as heavenly steeds, Tianma. They represented more than superior cavalry mounts. They embodied the dynastic aspiration to cosmic order. According to Han chronicles, Emperor Wu personally offered sacrifices to the Tianma, interpreting their acquisition as confirmation of heaven's favor. Other goods, such as glass, silver, coral, and aromatics from India and the Mediterranean, functioned within similar semiotic frameworks. They were consumed within the court not simply as luxuries, but as manifestations of the empire's universal harmony. Silk, meanwhile, became the empire's most potent ideological export. It circulated through Central Asia, Persia, and eventually into Roman markets, serving as both textile and theology. In the Mediterranean imagination, Chinese silk epitomized the distant East's ineffable sophistication. In the Han court, its outflow represented the empire's beneficence radiating outward. The cloth's translucence was equated with moral purity, and its softness with the gentle governance of the Sage King. Hence, every transaction involving silk reaffirmed the cosmological ethics of reciprocity upon which the Han dynasty was founded. The infrastructural demands of this expanding network necessitated new systems of governance. Han engineers and administrators developed irrigation works around desert oases, extended roadways, and constructed granaries and inns for caravans. These logistical innovations were accompanied by an equally complex administrative vocabulary, titles such as Jun, Xian, and Duhu signifying layered jurisdictions that mirrored celestial hierarchies. The empire's road system was thus both terrestrial and metaphysical. It replicated the bureaucratic order of heaven upon the shifting sands of the western frontier. The flow of people intensified accordingly. Merchants, envoys, translators, and monks traversed these corridors, each contributing to the multi-layered texture of cultural contact. The Sogdians, emerging from their Iranian homeland, began to occupy a central position as intermediaries, translating languages and negotiating exchanges between the Chinese, Parthians, and later Romans. These early diasporas created a mercantile cosmopolitanism in which the exchange of goods entailed the circulation of words, scripts, and theological assumptions. Simultaneously, the Han conception of the frontier evolved. The western regions were no longer perceived as liminal peripheries, but as components of a universal ecumene governed by the rhythm of Tao. The Shiji and Hanshu repeatedly emphasize that the emperor's virtue radiated in all directions, and that those who received his envoys became participants in heaven's design. This ideological synthesis rendered geography a moral category. To be integrated into Han trade was to be inscribed within the moral cosmos of the Middle Kingdom. By the 1st century BCE, the Silk Route had achieved coherence as an institutional system, its permanence underwritten by both military presence and metaphysical conviction. In its operation, one perceives the emergence of an enduring civilizational principle that commerce, when sanctified by cosmic law, becomes an instrument of universal order. The Han did not merely open the Silk Road, they consecrated it. As the Han sphere of influence stabilized along the Tarim and Fergana corridors, the Silk Route entered a period of multidirectional expansion that extended far beyond its Chinese origins. The road became less a singular conduit than an interconnected lattice, merging the administrative genius of the Han state with the mercantile adaptability of Central Asian polities. By the 1st century CE, an integrated transcontinental framework had taken shape, encompassing the territories of the Parthian Empire, the Indo-Scythians, and the nascent Kushan realm. In this vast geography of exchange, the Han dynasty stood as one participant among many, its authority absolute within the East, yet negotiable at the world's center. The Parthian Empire, ruling from Ctesiphon and Ecbatana, occupied a decisive intermediary position between East Asia and the Mediterranean. Its satrapal system, inheriting elements of Achaemenid and Hellenistic administration, offered a political environment conducive to long-distance trade. Parthian merchants, often of Iranian or Sogdian origin, acted as brokers of Chinese silk to the west, while transmitting Roman glassware and precious metals eastward. The Parthians carefully guarded their role as intermediaries. Roman authors such as Pliny the Elder lamented that Eastern luxuries reached Rome only through Parthian hands, enriching foreign treasuries. Yet this mediation was integral to the Silk Route's equilibrium. It preserved the mystique of distance and ensured that commerce remained an art of controlled revelation rather than unrestrained diffusion. The Kushan Empire, emerging from the remnants of the Yuezhi migration, further transformed the Silk Road's spiritual and cultural profile. Centered on Bactria and Gandhara, the Kushans maintained commercial ties with both Han China and Rome, while cultivating an unprecedented atmosphere of religious syncretism. Under Kanishka, RC 127-150 CE, Buddhism received royal patronage, resulting in the establishment of monasteries and stupas along caravan routes. These institutions served as both sanctuaries and logistical stations, where merchants found rest and monks disseminated doctrines. In this configuration, the Silk Road became not only an economic artery, but a theological corridor, facilitating the transmission of Mahayana Buddhism from India into Central Asia and eventually into China. This movement of ideas was accompanied by a parallel circulation of artistic and linguistic forms. Gandharan sculpture, fusing Hellenistic naturalism with Indian iconography, exemplifies the aesthetic hybridity produced by Silk Road exchange. The first anthropomorphic representations of the Buddha, draped in Greco-Roman robes, with facial features echoing Apollo, originated within this syncretic milieu. These images traveled eastward along caravan routes, influencing early Chinese Buddhist art in Dunhuang and Luoyang. Linguistically, the spread of Prakrit, Sogdian, and later Sanskrit inscriptions across Central Asia indicates an expanding sphere of cultural literacy, where merchants and monks operated as translators of both commodities and cosmologies. Within the Han world, these transformations were keenly observed. The introduction of foreign religions and exotic artifacts prompted debates among Confucian scholars concerning the nature of virtue and the legitimacy of foreign wisdom. Some, adhering to ritual orthodoxy, perceived external influences as potential threats to moral order. Others interpreted them as manifestations of the universal Tao. The court's policy reflected this ambivalence. While commerce remained encouraged for its fiscal and symbolic benefits, religious syncretism was tolerated only insofar as it could be harmonized with state ideology. Thus, early Chinese Buddhism, when it appeared in the 1st century CE, entered a context already prepared by centuries of cosmic and economic integration. Meanwhile, Roman accounts of the seers, the people of silk, illustrate the Western perception of the Han world as an almost mythological realm. The journey of the Roman envoy to the east under Emperor Marcus Aurelius in 166 CE, recorded in Chinese annals, marks the outer limit of classical diplomacy. Whether the envoys were genuine or intermediaries representing Roman interests remains debated, but their presence in Luoyang symbolizes the final convergence of the ancient world's extremes. Silk, glass, and philosophy had completed their circuit. What began as a Han project of cosmic alignment had matured into a planetary system of mutual awareness. By the close of the Eastern Han period, the Silk Route was no longer merely an imperial initiative, but an autonomous trans-civilizational mechanism. It united the bureaucratic rationality of the Han, the mercantile pragmatism of the Parthians, and the spiritual universalism of the Kushans into a single historical organism. The road, as it existed in the first 2 centuries CE, thus represents humanity's earliest experiment in sustained global interconnection, an experiment animated not by ideology of conquest, but by the perennial search for equilibrium between heaven and earth. The late 2nd and early 3rd centuries CE witnessed the gradual fragmentation of the Han imperial order, yet paradoxically, the transcontinental framework it had inaugurated persisted and even flourished in the absence of centralized control. The Silk Route, once sustained by the bureaucratic vitality of Chang'an and Luoyang, evolved into a self-regulating network governed by the interplay of regional powers, merchant guilds, and monastic institutions. The endurance of this system testifies to the degree to which exchange had become embedded in the civilizational consciousness of Eurasia. What the Han had once conceived as an imperial artery of virtue now functioned as the shared circulatory system of multiple empires. Following the death of Emperor Ling in 189 CE and the subsequent disintegration of the Eastern Han, frontier commanderies fell into semi-autonomy. The protectorate of the western regions lapsed, and Chinese garrisons withdrew eastward. Yet far from collapsing, the oasis states of Khotan, Kashgar, and Turfan adapted swiftly, establishing local dynasties that continued the commercial practices and bureaucratic models inherited from the Han. Documents recovered from the ruins of Nia and Lulan, contracts, marriage certificates, and tax receipts written in Prakrit, Chinese, and Kharosthi reveal an administrative sophistication that belies the notion of decline. The Silk Road had achieved institutional independence. Its rhythms transcended the fortunes of dynasties. To the west, the Parthian Empire ceded to the Sasanian dynasty in 224 CE, ushering in a new era of Persian centralization. The Sasanians, asserting continuity with Achaemenid and Zoroastrian traditions, recognized the strategic and theological importance of controlling the Silk Road's western terminus. The empire's capital at Ctesiphon became a crucible of global commerce, where Roman merchants, Indian traders, and Chinese emissaries intersected. Sasanian policy toward the Silk Road was overtly sacral. Trade was framed within the dualistic theology of Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, with wealth representing the luminous order of truth and disorder symbolizing the forces of deceit. The king's role as guarantor of honest trade was thus an act of cosmic stewardship, reflecting the Zoroastrian conviction that material prosperity and spiritual righteousness were mutually reinforcing. Within China, the collapse of the Han dynasty precipitated a period of political disunity known as the Three Kingdoms, 220–280 CE. Nevertheless, each contending regime, Wei, Shu, and Wu, maintained diplomatic contact with the western regions, seeking the symbolic legitimacy associated with controlling the ancient trade arteries. The Wei court, inheriting much of the Han bureaucracy, re-established limited contact through Dunhuang and continued to receive embassies from Central Asia. Although warfare and fragmentation impeded consistent governance, the ideological foundation laid by the Han persisted. The maintenance of long-distance exchange remained equated with the sustenance of cosmic harmony. Meanwhile, the cultural and religious effects of centuries of exchange had become irreversible. Buddhist communities, carried eastward by Kushan and Sogdian intermediaries, began to take root in Chinese territory. Monks such as Shigao, arriving in Luoyang in the 2nd century CE, translated early Buddhist texts into Chinese, initiating a profound transformation in Chinese metaphysical discourse. The very possibility of such transmission depended upon the commercial infrastructure of the Silk Road. The temples, caravanserais, and multilingual scribes established under Han patronage. The theological imagination of East Asia had thus been permanently altered by the logistical imagination of the empire. By approximately 220 CE, as the Han formally fell and the Sasanian realm ascended, the Silk Road had transcended its founding empire and entered a new historical phase. It no longer required a single imperial sponsor because its sanctity was distributed across civilizations. From the Tarim Basin to the Persian Gulf, a common grammar of trade, ritual, and cosmic legitimacy united otherwise disparate peoples. The road had become what later Islamic scholars would describe as a Dar al-Tijara, a domain of exchange governed not by the sword, but by law, language, and faith. Thus ended the first great epoch of the Silk Road, the era of imperial genesis. It began as an act of Han cosmology, an attempt to render the outer world coherent with the inner mandate of heaven. It concluded as a global system of mutual interdependence, binding empires through the shared conviction that the circulation of goods mirrored the circulation of divine order. The Han dynasty's legacy, therefore, lies not in conquest, but in conceptualization. It transformed geography into theology and commerce into an instrument of civilization's self-awareness. The phenomenon, retrospectively termed the Hellenistic nexus, constitutes one of the most formative, yet least properly delineated phases in the evolution of Eurasian connectivity. Between the late 4th century BCE and the early centuries CE, the conquests of Alexander the Great and the political configurations arising from his empire's dissolution inaugurated a new era of transregional synthesis. The regions of Bactria, Sogdiana, Gandhara, and the Iranian plateau, once defined by the alternating ascendancy of Achaemenid and local powers, became the hinge between Mediterranean rationalism and Asian spiritual cosmology. It was within this liminal sphere, geographically peripheral yet intellectually central, that the Silk Road acquired its earliest infrastructure of cross-cultural transmission. Alexander's campaign into Asia, 334–323 BCE, initiated the process. Following the destruction of the Achaemenid Empire and his advance into the Oxus and Indus valleys, the Macedonian king sought not merely territorial domination, but the deliberate fusion of cultural forms. The foundation of cities such as Alexandria Eshate, the furthest Alexandria, on the Jaxartes River, and Alexandria in Arachosia exemplified this policy of integration. These settlements, populated by Greek veterans and local elites, became permanent laboratories of Hellenization, disseminating the Greek language, monetary systems, and civic institutions throughout Central Asia. The introduction of coinage bearing both Greek deities and local symbols epitomized the hybrid political theology that would define the Hellenistic world: divine kingship expressed through bilingual imagery. The immediate political successors of Alexander, the Seleucid and Greco-Bactrian dynasties, perpetuated and expanded this program of synthesis. The Seleucid Empire, extending from the Aegean to the Hindu Kush, established administrative mechanisms that effectively aligned the fiscal precision of Greek urban governance with the ritual cosmology of the East. Their policy of founding polis-style cities across Mesopotamia and Iran, Seleucia on the Tigris, Antioch in Persis, Dura-Europos on the Euphrates, created nodal points for long-distance commerce. The Seleucid kings maintained the old Persian royal road and revived canal systems linking the Tigris and Euphrates, ensuring that trade between the Mediterranean and Central Asia remained continuous. Under Antiochus I and II, the empire's economy relied increasingly on Eastern luxury goods, spices, textiles, and gemstones, whose arrival from Bactria and India presaged the later Silk Road economy. In Bactria, the fusion deepened into a new cultural identity. The Greco-Bactrian kingdom, c. 250–125 BCE, emerged as a breakaway state under Diodotus I, declaring independence from Seleucid suzerainty. Its rulers, Euthydemus, Demetrius, and later Menander, expanded their influence into India, establishing Greek dominion over Gandhara and the Punjab. Archaeological finds from Ai-Khanum and Takhtay Sangin demonstrate a remarkable interweaving of Greek and Iranian artistic motifs: Corinthian columns adjacent to Zoroastrian fire altars, gymnasia near temples of Anahita, and inscriptions invoking both Greek deities and local divinities. These sites represent more than aesthetic amalgamation. They signify the first sustained intellectual dialogue between Hellenic philosophy and Indo-Iranian metaphysics. The numismatic record further elucidates this synthesis. Greco-Bactrian coins display a bilinguality that was unprecedented in the ancient world. The obverse typically depicted Greek gods, Zeus, Athene, or Apollo, while the reverse bore Indic or Iranian symbols, including elephants, bulls, or solar wheels. This visual dialogue encoded theological compromise, the assertion that divine authority was not exclusive to a single pantheon, but accessible through multiple iconographic languages. The diffusion of these coins across Central and South Asia effectively standardized a semiotic economy that would later facilitate Buddhist and Zoroastrian art's absorption of Greco-Roman elements. It was within this Hellenistic continuum that the earliest physical and ideological preconditions of the Silk Road were consolidated. The Greek commitment to rational geography, expressed in Eratosthenes' cartographic calculations and Strabo's ethnographic compilations, combined with the Persian concept of the royal highway to produce a new civilizational geography, one in which the oikoumene, the inhabited world, was imagined as a coherent, traversable whole. This notion of geographic unity, sustained by language, coinage, and cosmopolitan exchange, survived long after the fall of the Greco-Bactrian state. When the Han envoys reached Bactria centuries later, they encountered not an alien periphery, but a region already habituated to transcultural negotiation. Thus, the Hellenistic period functioned not as an isolated age of Greek expansion, but as a preparatory matrix for the global synthesis that the Silk Road would later embody. Its political empires collapsed, but its intellectual infrastructure, the idea that commerce, religion, and governance could coexist across plural traditions, endured. Through the Hellenistic nexus, the ancient world learned to think in continental terms. The diffusion of Hellenistic civilization across Asia after the death of Alexander represented far more than a transplantation of Greek culture. It constituted the gradual emergence of an ecumenical order wherein the epistemologies of East and West were forced into sustained dialogue. Between 300 BCE and 100 CE, this encounter yielded not merely hybrid art and architecture, but a new metaphysics of empire, one in which the concept of divine kingship evolved into an intercultural instrument of legitimacy. Through this ideological convergence, the future Silk Road acquired both its administrative logic and its sacred grammar. The Seleucid Empire, inheriting the political mantle of Alexander's eastern dominions, sought to institutionalize connectivity. Its rulers governed an unprecedentedly vast and heterogeneous realm, stretching from the Aegean to the Indus, whose cohesion depended on an infrastructure of mobility. The Seleucids expanded upon Achaemenid precedents by restoring caravanserais and way stations, re-establishing royal postal routes, and founding administrative capitals at strategic intersections. The city of Seleucia on the Tigris, for instance, became a commercial metropolis rivaling Babylon, its population comprising Greeks, Persians, Arameans, and Jews. The empire's fiscal system, denominated in silver drachmae, circulated alongside local coinages, generating a shared monetary lingua franca that facilitated exchange between merchants of disparate origins. Yet the Seleucid political theology differed fundamentally from its Persian antecedents. While the Achaemenid king had ruled by divine election as the representative of Ahura Mazda, the Hellenistic monarch claimed legitimacy through charis, the visible grace that signified favor from the gods. This concept, at once religious and aesthetic, lent itself to syncretism. Rulers could appropriate foreign cults without compromising their cosmic authority. Antiochus I's dedication to both Zeus and the local deity Ahura Mazda, as evidenced by the syncretic cult of Zeus Oromasdes at Nemrud Dag, epitomizes this elasticity. Such theological pluralism rendered the empire uniquely adaptable to the religious diversity of Asia and thereby prepared the ideological terrain upon which later Silk Road syncretisms, Zoroastrian Buddhist, Greco-Indian, and eventually Greco-Christian, would flourish. The Greco-Bactrian kingdom carried this synthesis to its logical extreme. Isolated from the Seleucid heartland by the Iranian plateau, the Bactrian rulers were compelled to construct a political identity that integrated Greek rationalism with Iranian cosmology and Indian ritual. The monumental remains of Ai Khanum, situated at the confluence of the Oxus and Kokcha rivers, display an urban plan modeled upon Greek ideals, yet ornamented with distinctly Eastern symbolism. Its gymnasium and theatre coexisted with shrines to local deities. Its civic inscriptions extolled not democratic citizenship, but cosmic order. The result was a form of urban religiosity in which philosophy, astronomy, and cult practice converged. Excavated Greek papyri from the site contain fragments of Delphic maxims and Euclidean geometry, demonstrating that intellectual exchange accompanied material commerce. Economically, Greco-Bactria commanded the pivot of all Transasian traffic. From its territory issued lapis lazuli, tin and textiles to the west. From India and China arrived spices, jade and silks. The region's merchants operated within a legal framework that blended Greek commercial contracts with the customary law of Central Asia, codifying early prototypes of the agreements later standard along the Silk Road. Caravan networks radiated from Bactria and Balkh toward both the Persian Gulf and the Tarim Basin, forming what might be termed the Proto-Silk Route. Greek inscriptions in Aramaic script discovered in northern Afghanistan testify to the linguistic pluralism that underpinned these exchanges. The Indo-Greek period, initiated by Demetrius I's invasion of northwestern India around 180 BCE, extended this experiment into the religious sphere. Here, the fusion of Hellenic and Indic cosmologies reached unprecedented sophistication. The Greek king Menander, renowned in Buddhist sources for his philosophical dialogues with the monk Nagasena, stands as a historical embodiment of intellectual cross-pollination. The Milinda, though composed in Pali centuries later, reflects genuine Hellenistic modes of reasoning applied to Buddhist soteriology. The notion of the middle way as a rational path between extremes paralleled Aristotelian ethics and Stoic moderation, suggesting that Greek dialectic provided new hermeneutic tools for Buddhist metaphysics. From these encounters arose a broader philosophical ecology characterized by tolerance and intellectual curiosity. The transmission of astronomical knowledge from Mesopotamia to India, the spread of medical treatises through Gandhara, and the adaptation of Greek architectural forms for Buddhist stupas all reflect the systemic nature of Hellenistic exchange. The Silk Road's later capacity to sustain simultaneous dialogues among Buddhists, Christians, Zoroastrians, and Confucians owes much to the precedent of Seleucid and Greco-Bactrian ecumenism. By the turn of the first millennium BCE, the ideological foundations of Eurasian interconnection were firmly established. Greek rationality had met Eastern cosmology on common ground, producing a shared conviction that the universe was intelligible, ordered, and traversable. The world had been intellectually unified long before it was economically so. This transformation of perception, seeing all lands as components of a single inhabited world, was perhaps the most enduring legacy of the Hellenistic nexus. By the early centuries of the Common Era, the Hellenistic synthesis that had germinated in Bactria and Gandhara matured into a complex civilizational dialogue extending from the Mediterranean to the Tarim Basin. The dissolution of Greek political hegemony did not extinguish Hellenism. Rather, it catalyzed its diffusion. Greek became not merely an ethnic language, but an instrument of cosmopolitan literacy, facilitating exchanges among merchants, monks, and diplomats across vast and culturally diverse territories. The intellectual grammar established under the Seleucids and Greco-Bactrians persisted under new custodians, the Parthians, Kushans, and early Indo-Scythians, who adapted it to their own spiritual and administrative needs. Through their mediation, the Silk Road inherited both the material infrastructure and the metaphysical pluralism of the Hellenistic world. The rise of the Parthian Empire, 247 BCE, 224 CE, was crucial to this continuity. Although often portrayed as the antithesis of Hellenism, the Parthians preserved and repurposed many of its cultural and institutional mechanisms. Their capital at Ctesiphon maintained bilingual inscriptions, Greek-style coinage, and administrative forms derived from Seleucid precedent. Parthian rulers, while asserting their Iranian identity, recognized the diplomatic and commercial value of Greek as a lingua franca. It functioned as the intermediary tongue through which emissaries from Rome, India, and China could transact. Thus, Hellenistic civilization survived not as ideology, but as technology, an adaptable medium of translation across frontiers. Simultaneously, in the northwestern subcontinent, the Indo-Greek legacy was inherited and transformed by the Kushan Empire, 1st–3rd centuries CE. The Kushans, of Yuezhi origin, absorbed the remnants of Greco-Bactrian and Indo-Scythian domains, fashioning a state that consciously harmonized Iranian, Indian, and Hellenistic elements. Their coinage illustrates the breadth of their cosmopolitanism. The obverse frequently bore the king's portrait accompanied by Bactrian Greek inscriptions, while the reverse displayed deities from an array of traditions, Mithra, Shiva, Buddha, and the Iranian Nanya, each rendered in Greek artistic style but named in multiple languages. This numismatic theology effectively articulated the principle of universal kingship, that divine order could manifest through multiple pantheons without contradiction. Under Kanishka I, the Kushan Empire became a transregional mediator between East and West. Its control of the passes between Bactria, Gandhara, and the Tarim Basin enabled it to dominate the overland routes linking India and China. The construction of monasteries, stupas, and urban centers such as Taxila and Purashapura, modern Peshawar, transformed the empire into a crucible of intellectual exchange. Kanishka's sponsorship of the Fourth Buddhist Council at Jalandhar or Kashmir, traditionally dated to the early 2nd century CE, exemplifies the empire's theological ambitions. It sought to codify a universalized Mahayana doctrine that could accommodate the metaphysical pluralism of its territory. Greek philosophical vocabulary and logic subtly informed this process. Terms such as logos and nous found conceptual parallels in Buddhist discourses on consciousness and wisdom, enabling dialogue between traditions that had previously been hermetically sealed. The material culture of Gandhara epitomizes this syncretic epoch. Sculptural workshops in Peshawar, Hadar, and Bamiyan produced images that merged Hellenic realism with Indian spirituality. Draped robes, contrapposto postures, and idealized physiognomies derived from Greek art coexisted with the symbolic gestures, mudras, and narrative reliefs of Buddhist iconography. The result was the first anthropomorphic representation of the Buddha, an innovation that permanently altered the visual theology of Asia. Through the caravan networks extending into Central Asia, these forms reached Dunhuang, Kucha, and eventually Luoyang, where they shaped the iconographic conventions of Chinese Buddhism. Thus, the aesthetic language of salvation in East Asia owes its syntax to a Greco-Indian dialogue conducted along the early Silk Road. Beyond art and religion, scientific knowledge also traversed these routes. The transmission of Hellenistic astronomy, particularly the geocentric cosmology of Ptolemy and the mathematical models of Hipparchus, profoundly influenced Indian and later Islamic science. Greek treatises translated into Sanskrit under Kushan patronage contributed to the formation of the Yavanajataka, a seminal text on astrology and planetary motion. Conversely, Indian numeration and medicinal traditions moved westward, eventually entering the Mediterranean through later Arab intermediaries. The Silk Road thus became not only a medium of trade, but a transhistorical archive of human thought. By the 3rd century CE, the Hellenistic nexus had completed its transformation from empire to ecology, from a political experiment in Alexander's wake to a global system of cultural metabolism. Its boundaries were not drawn by armies, but by shared intellectual habits, bilingual inscriptions, universalist theology, syncretic art, and rational cosmography. Within this matrix, the Silk Road assumed its mature form, a living continuum through which matter and meaning, divine images and mathematical formulae circulated with equal sanctity. The Greeks had sought to unify the world through conquest. Their heirs accomplished it through exchange. By the 3rd century CE, the great arc of Hellenistic influence, from Macedonia to the Indus, from Alexandria to the Pamirs, had undergone a profound metamorphosis. The political architecture that once bore Alexander's signature had long since dissolved, yet its intellectual and artistic residues continued to structure the cultural geography of Eurasia. The Greek polis had yielded to caravan cities. The Temple of Zeus had been reimagined as the Buddhist stupa and the Zoroastrian fire sanctuary. What endured was not Hellenism as a doctrine, but Hellenism as method, a way of synthesizing difference through proportionality, of reconciling multiplicity within a single rational frame. This disposition would become the philosophical substrate of the Silk Road civilization, enabling dialogue among peoples whose deities, scripts, and moral vocabularies otherwise diverged beyond comparison. The late Hellenistic and early Kushan centuries saw this synthesis reach its most refined theological articulation. At Gandhara and Bamiyan, sanctuaries carved into cliffs combined the architectural logic of the Greek theatre with the metaphysical imagery of Indian and Iranian cosmologies. The colossal standing Buddhas of Bamiyan, created between the 2nd and 5th centuries CE, embodied the union of Greek sculptural naturalism and Buddhist abstraction. Their serene countenances echoed the Apollonian ideal, while their monumental verticality recalled Zoroastrian solar worship. The very scale of these figures signified a new metaphysical ambition to render the infinite visible within the material world, a goal equally consonant with Platonic, Buddhist, and Iranian metaphysics. In linguistic and intellectual terms, the Greek-Indic encounter generated an unprecedented epistemological flexibility. Greek rationalism, with its emphasis on classification and causality, provided Buddhist scholasticism with analytical tools for systematizing doctrine. Texts translated into Gandhari Prakrit and Bactrian Greek reveal a convergence of terminologies. Physis and Dharma, Logos and Bodhi, each reframed within the other's semantic field. The monasteries of Taxila, Kapisa, and Cotton thus became early centers of comparative theology and logic, centuries before such dialogue would reappear in medieval scholasticism. The resulting cosmology was neither purely Indian nor purely Greek, but trans-civilizational, an epistemic structure capable of assimilating new revelations without collapsing under the weight of contradiction. Economically, the Silk Road of this period functioned as both artery and archive of this synthesis. Goods flowed westward from China and India, silk, jade, spices, while glassware, silver, and philosophical manuscripts traveled eastward. The circulation of luxury commodities was accompanied by the migration of scribes, translators, and artisans, whose mobility ensured the transmission of intangible capital, grammar, geometry, and theology. Caravan cities such as Merv, Balkh, and Samarkand flourished as repositories of plural knowledge, each sustaining polyglot populations conversant in Greek, Aramaic, Bactrian, and Sanskrit. Within their markets, trade operated as a ritualized performance of cosmopolitan harmony, transactions governed by trust and reciprocity rather than by coercive law. Politically, the gradual decline of the Kushan Empire and the rise of the Sasanian dynasty to the west introduced new hegemonies, but the cultural continuum persisted. The Sasanians, while asserting a renewed Zoroastrian orthodoxy, adopted Hellenistic visual tropes in their royal iconography and architectural design. Their palaces at Ctesiphon and Bishapur display vaulting techniques traceable to Greek and Roman prototypes. Likewise, the Gandharan ateliers continued to influence Central Asian and Chinese art long after direct Greek presence had vanished. The intellectual memory of Hellenism thus survived through aesthetic habitus, through proportion, realism, and the visual equation of divinity with symmetry. In retrospect, the Hellenistic nexus represents the first great experiment in planetary integration, an experiment conducted not through conquest alone, but through translation, adaptation, and syncretism. Its empires rose and fell, yet the cosmological conviction that truth could be rendered in multiple languages and still remain one endured. This conviction became the Silk Road's most enduring metaphysical legacy. From the bilingual coin of Menander to the trilingual inscriptions of Ashoka, from the hybrid sanctuaries of Ai Khanum to the murals of Dunhuang, one witnesses the maturation of an idea that the world is a single intelligible field of divine manifestation. By 300 CE, as the Kushan polity fragmented and the Sasanian realm consolidated its western horizon, the Silk Road entered its classical form, a continuous network spanning from Loyang to Antioch, inheriting both the infrastructure and the intellectual temperament of the Hellenistic age. The Greeks had once sought to harmonize cosmos and polis through reason. Their heirs in Asia extended this project to the scale of continents. The Silk Road thus stands as the true epilogue of Hellenism, an empire without borders, governed not by kings, but by the enduring reciprocity of ideas. Between the 1st and 7th centuries of the Common Era, the Silk Road matured from a system of imperial logistics into the principal medium through which humanity's great theological traditions entered into sustained communication. The corridors, once dominated by the exchange of jade, silk, and silver, now served as channels for the movement of doctrines, scriptures, and saints. The material and the metaphysical converged. Caravans bore both tangible goods and the intangible cargo of revelation. In this epoch, the Silk Road assumed a new identity as the axis mundi of the post-classical world, a terrestrial expression of the shared aspiration to reconcile heaven and earth through knowledge, worship, and ethical order. At the beginning of this era, Buddhism emerged as the most geographically expansive of the Trans-Eurasian religions. Born in the Gangetic plains of northern India, it achieved universal articulation under the Mauryan Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BCE, whose edicts, inscribed in Prakrit, Greek, and Aramaic, already reflected the multilingual cosmopolitanism characteristic of Silk Road culture. By the 1st century CE, Buddhist monastic networks had extended across Gandhara and Bactria into Central Asia, establishing monasteries in cities such as Termez, Merv, and Khotun. These institutions, strategically located along trade arteries, served not only as centers of spiritual instruction, but also as logistical way stations, offering food, shelter, and legal protection to merchants. Thus, the monastic economy and the mercantile economy became mutually reinforcing components of the same civilizational structure. The doctrinal evolution of Buddhism during this period corresponded to its geographical expansion. The rise of the Mahayana school, with its emphasis on universal compassion and the transcendental nature of the Bodhisattva, resonated deeply with the pluralistic societies of Central Asia. The concept of multiple Buddhas coexisting across infinite realms provided a theological vocabulary capable of accommodating diverse local traditions. Monks translated Sanskrit texts into Bactrian, Sogdian, and Chinese, adapting metaphysical concepts to new linguistic contexts. At sites such as Dunhuang and Turfan, fragments of these translations reveal the gradual transformation of Buddhist soteriology from an Indian to a cosmopolitan idiom, one that would ultimately shape the philosophical foundations of East Asian civilization. Parallel to this eastward diffusion of Buddhist thought, Zoroastrianism continued to sustain its intellectual and ritual authority across the Iranian plateau and beyond. The Sasanian Empire, 224–651 CE, inheriting the legacy of the Achaemenids and reviving orthodox Mazdian theology, institutionalized Zoroastrianism as a state religion. Fire temples dotted the landscape from Fars to Merv, while a codified priesthood, the Magi, preserved the Avesta and supervised civic and agricultural rights. Yet despite its state sponsorship, Zoroastrianism remained remarkably adaptive to intercultural exchange. Trade along the Silk Road exposed Iranian merchants and clerics to Buddhist iconography, Manichaean dualism, and the emerging monotheisms of the West. These encounters stimulated both controversy and creativity, leading to the proliferation of theological commentaries and the eventual appearance of hybrid doctrines such as Zurvanism, which reconciled cosmic dualism with a higher unity. During the same centuries, the Mediterranean world witnessed the emergence of Christianity, which, following the Constantinian transformation of the 4th century, began to extend eastward beyond the frontiers of Rome. The Church of the East, often labeled Nestorian after the Christological controversies of the 5th century, established a vast ecclesiastical network stretching from Edessa to China. Missionaries and merchants alike traveled through the Sasanian realm, founding Christian communities in Nizibis, Gundishapur, and Merv. By the 7th century, inscriptions and stone crosses attest to the presence of Christian congregations as far east as Xi'an, where the famous Nestorian stele, erected in 781 CE, would later commemorate their achievements. This convergence of Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, and Christianity along the same arteries was not accidental. The Silk Road's infrastructural and administrative frameworks, its caravanserais, taxation systems, and diplomatic embassies, offered a stable medium through which doctrines could circulate and compete. The resulting theological pluralism was unprecedented. Within a few days' travel, a merchant might encounter Buddhist stupas, Zoroastrian fire temples, and Christian churches, all functioning simultaneously as houses of worship and as instruments of transregional cohesion. The landscape of Central Asia thus became a living archive of comparative religion, where syncretism was less an aberration than an inevitable consequence of movement itself. In this sense, the Silk Road of late antiquity represented not only an economic system, but also a metaphysical experiment, a continuous negotiation between revelation and reason, between local cult and universal law. The sacred routes were plural, yet they shared a single geography, the geography of exchange. The religious landscape of the Silk Road during late antiquity was one of unparalleled diversity, sustained by both imperial patronage and mercantile pragmatism. Within this immense network of exchange, the sacred and the secular were never discrete categories, but mutually reinforcing dimensions of civilization. Monks, merchants, astrologers, and ambassadors moved through the same corridors, each guided by a conception of order that transcended geography. The Silk Road was not simply a set of trade routes. It was a sacred geography where cosmological, ethical, and artistic systems met under the sign of mutual intelligibility. By the 3rd century CE, Buddhist institutions had achieved a level of organizational sophistication rivaling that of imperial bureaucracies. Monasteries along the Oxus and Tarim basins acted as fiscal centers, owning agricultural estates and lending capital to caravans. The surplus they generated supported translation projects, manuscript production, and the education of novices. At sites such as Cotton and Keuka, inscriptions reveal a symbiosis between royal authority and monastic patronage. Kings endowed temples to demonstrate piety, while monks legitimated their patrons through the rhetoric of Dharmaraja, the righteous sovereign whose just rule reflected cosmic order. The spiritual economy thus paralleled the political economy. Both sought to manifest the harmony of the universe within the social fabric. Buddhism's dialogic engagement with Iranian and Hellenistic traditions deepened during this era. The depiction of Buddhas in radiant halos, for example, derived from the solar iconography of Iranian Mithraic cults, while the notion of a celestial hierarchy populated by devas and bodhisattvas bore striking resemblance to the angelologies of Zoroastrianism. In return, Zoroastrian theological discourse assimilated Buddhist and Manichaean terminology to articulate moral dualism. The Sasanian Magi interpreted the Buddha as a sage of light, subordinate to Ahura Mazda, yet exemplary in his renunciation of evil. These cross-pollinations illustrate the Silk Road's capacity to transform doctrinal exclusivity into comparative theology. The religious thinkers of Central Asia did not simply borrow, they reinterpreted each other's metaphysical architectures within the logic of their own revelation. The rise of Manichaeism in the 3rd century CE represents the most explicit synthesis to emerge from this matrix. Founded by Mani, 216–276 CE, in Mesopotamia, the religion integrated elements of Zoroastrian dualism, Christian soteriology, and Buddhist monastic discipline into a single universalist framework. Mani presented himself as the seal of the prophets, the final teacher in a lineage that included Zarathustra, the Buddha, and Christ. His followers established communities from Egypt to China, utilizing the same trade routes that conveyed silk and spices. The Manichaean Church developed a hierarchical clergy, an extensive canon translated into multiple languages, and a visual culture that employed both Greco-Roman naturalism and Central Asian symbolism. Its success among merchants and artisans stemmed from its compatibility with itinerant life. Salvation was conceived as the liberation of divine light from matter, a metaphor readily intelligible to those who traverse the material world in pursuit of exchange. Christianity, too, adapted to the logic of mobility. Within the Sasanian realm, where the Roman Church was viewed with suspicion, Eastern Christian communities cultivated an ascetic and intellectual tradition centered on the schools of Edessa and Nisibis. These institutions produced scholars proficient in Syriac, Greek, and Persian, whose exegetical works circulated widely along the trade routes. The Catholicos of the Church of the East presided over dioceses that stretched across Central Asia, and by the 5th century, bishops were established in Herat, Samarkand, and Kashgar. Christian artisans contributed to the cosmopolitan artistic vocabulary of the Silk Road. Crosses appeared amid Buddhist motifs, and Nestorian manuscripts were bound in formats resembling Chinese scrolls. Theologically, the Church of the East emphasized the transcendence of the divine word, a doctrine that resonated with Zoroastrian conceptions of the creative fire and with Buddhist notions of the ineffable Dharma. These interactions, though doctrinally complex, shared a structural logic. All three traditions articulated salvation as a form of illumination, a release from ignorance or darkness into divine light. This metaphor found architectural expression in the luminous interiors of cave monasteries at Dunhuang and Bamiyan, where wall paintings blended Buddhist, Zoroastrian, and Christian motifs in contiguous panels. Angels with Persian wings accompany bodhisattvas. Halos surround both Christ and the Buddha. Floral ornaments echo Achaemenid symbolism. Such artistic pluralism was not an accident of proximity, but the visual theology of a world where faith and commerce converged. By the 6th century CE, the Silk Road had become a sanctified artery of plural revelation. Each caravan carried scrolls alongside textiles, relics beside spices, and pilgrims beside diplomats. Through the continuous movement of these elements, the ancient world achieved a unity of spirit that no single empire or creed could impose by force. The road itself became a temple whose walls were the mountains and whose altar was the horizon, a geography sanctified by exchange. The synthesis of faiths that characterized the Silk Road between the 4th and 7th centuries CE did not occur in a vacuum. It was facilitated by the overlapping structures of imperial governance, intellectual exchange, and artistic transmission. The great powers of the era, the Gupta Empire in India, the Sasanian Empire in Iran, and the Tang dynasty in China, each, in their own manner, functioned as custodians of transregional dialogue. Their administrative stability and economic prosperity provided the material foundations upon which religious cosmopolitanism could flourish. The sacred roots were, in effect, sustained by the same mechanisms that upheld imperial order: taxation, infrastructure, and diplomacy. India, the Gupta period, c. 320–550 CE, represented both a political consolidation and a spiritual renaissance. The dynasty's policy of religious tolerance fostered a milieu in which Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain traditions coexisted and interacted creatively. The royal patronage of monasteries such as Nalanda transformed these institutions into transregional universities, attracting students from as far as Kucha, Sogdiana, and China. Nalanda's library, with its vast collection of Buddhist and Brahmanical manuscripts, served as a de facto archive of the Silk Road's intellectual heritage. Here, the Abhidharma was studied alongside Vedic metaphysics, and the grammatical systems of P. A. Macron Letawani 47 INI influenced the formulation of Buddhist scholastic logic. The Gupta state thus anchored the southern axis of the Silk Road's sacred geography, ensuring that the exchange of doctrines remained intertwined with the circulation of scholars and texts. The Sasanian Empire, occupying the central axis of Eurasia, performed a comparable role on the Iranian plateau. Under Khosrow I Anushirvan, R531–579 CE, the Imperial Academy at Gundishapur became the foremost center of scientific and theological learning in the Near East. Here, Greek philosophical treatises translated into Syriac were studied alongside Indian medical texts and Zoroastrian cosmological commentaries. The Academy's multilingual environment epitomized the intellectual ecumenism of the Silk Road. Aristotelian logic informed Zoroastrian exegesis, while Buddhist epistemology subtly influenced Persian theories of perception. Moreover, the Sasanian postal and road networks, extending from Ctesiphon to the Oxus, ensured the physical mobility of scholars, physicians, and missionaries. Through this infrastructure, the Silk Road functioned as both a university and a sanctuary of comparative theology. China, under the Tang dynasty, 618–907 CE, completed the triadic system of imperial guardianship. The Tang court's cosmopolitanism was unparalleled in Chinese history. Foreign envoys, monks, and merchants were welcomed at the capital, Chang'an, which served as the terminus of the overland Silk Road. Tang emperors perceived religious diversity as a sign of cosmic harmony, consistent with Taoist and Confucian notions of balance. Buddhist monasteries thrived under imperial patronage, while Zoroastrian, Manichaean, and Christian communities were granted official recognition. The Tang legal code codified protections for foreign faiths, and imperial archives recorded the arrival of emissaries from Sogdia, Persia, and Byzantium. In this environment, doctrinal boundaries softened. Chinese Manichaean scriptures borrowed Buddhist terminology, Nestorian homilies employed Confucian ethical vocabulary, and Taoist cosmology absorbed Persian astral imagery. The Silk Road had thus become an ecosystem of theological adaptation sustained by imperial administration. The translation movement of this period represents one of the most extraordinary intellectual enterprises in world history. Monks such as Kumaragava, 344–413 CE, originating from Kucha, and Xuanzang, 602–664 CE, undertook perilous journeys across deserts and mountains to acquire and transmit sacred texts. Their work transformed the philosophical lexicon of China, introducing technical terms for consciousness, emptiness, and causality that would later shape East Asian thought. The process of translation itself functioned as a ritual of reconciliation, each word negotiated between Sanskrit precision, Iranian metaphysics, and Chinese sensibility. The result was not mere linguistic substitution, but the creation of an intercivilizational language of faith. Material culture paralleled this intellectual synthesis. The monumental cave complexes at Dunhuang, Yungang, and Longmen, carved between the 4th and 8th centuries CE, stand as visual chronicles of the Silk Road's sacred cosmopolitanism. Their murals depict not only Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, but also Persian kings, Sogdian merchants, and Byzantine angels. The pigments, lapis from Afghanistan, cinnabar from China, gold leaf from Persia, testify to the literal blending of worlds. Each chamber thus embodied the unity of matter and spirit that defined the Silk Road's metaphysical economy. By the 7th century CE, the religious map of Eurasia had reached its most intricate configuration. Buddhism dominated from India to Korea. Zoroastrianism remained the state creed of Iran. Christianity persisted in its eastern variant across Central Asia, and the newly emergent faith of Islam was preparing to reshape the entire system. Yet despite these impending transformations, the Silk Road retained its essential function as the meeting ground of revelation and reason, a corridor where salvation was spoken in many tongues, but shared one geography. The 7th century CE marked both the culmination and the transformation of the Silk Road's sacred history. The world that had for centuries been bound by the triadic equilibrium of Buddhist, Zoroastrian, and Christian expansion now confronted a new spiritual and geopolitical phenomenon, the rise of Islam. Originating in the Arabian Peninsula and spreading with extraordinary rapidity under the Rashidun and Umayyad caliphates, Islam redefined the moral and geographic contours of the Old World. Yet rather than annihilating the cosmopolitan legacy of its predecessors, it absorbed and reorganized it, establishing a new theological and administrative framework through which the Silk Road continued to operate. The early Islamic conquests between 632 and 750 CE united regions that had previously been fragmented among Byzantines, Sasanians, and countless local dynasties. In doing so, they created a contiguous zone of exchange from the Atlantic to the Indus, an unprecedented continuity that reinvigorated trans-Eurasian commerce. The Caliphate's fiscal institutions, Arabic script, and legal system provided uniform mechanisms of taxation, contract, and pilgrimage. Caravan routes through Persia and Transoxiana were secured under governors and military colonies, A.M. Letawani 63 A Macron R, while cities such as Merv, Balkh, and Samarkand re-emerged as key mercantile and intellectual centers. The theological conception of tijara, trade as an ethically sanctioned form of livelihood, conferred religious dignity upon commerce, transforming economic activity into a mode of worship. Thus, Islam did not merely inherit the Silk Road, it sacralized it anew. Within this newly Islamicized landscape, older religious communities persisted, often under the legal status of dhimmi or protected peoples. Zoroastrians, Christians, Jews, and Buddhists continued to practice, though gradually subordinated to the cultural dominance of Arabic language and Quranic worldview. The Abbasid caliphs, inheriting the cosmopolitanism of their Sasanian predecessors, founded Baghdad in 762 CE near the ancient site of Ctesiphon, a deliberate gesture of continuity. The city's Beit al-Hikmah, House of Wisdom, revived the translational enterprise that had characterized Gundishapur and Nalanda, systematically rendering Greek, Persian, and Sanskrit texts into Arabic. Astronomical tables from India, medical treatises from Bactria, and metaphysical works from Greece found new life under Islamic patronage. The intellectual Silk Road thus entered its classical phase, its roots of trade mirrored by roots of translation. Meanwhile, in China, the Tang dynasty's engagement with foreign religions reached its zenith. The arrival of the first official Islamic embassy in 651 CE signaled the incorporation of the caliphate into the East Asian diplomatic system. Chang'an, already home to Buddhist monasteries, Zoroastrian fire temples, and Christian churches, soon housed the first Chinese mosque. The Tang court viewed Islam as another tributary expression of the universal Tao, and Islamic merchants from Persia and Arabia joined the cosmopolitan communities of Guangzhou and Quanzhou. Here, the maritime extension of the Silk Road began to eclipse the older overland routes, carrying with it not only commodities, but creeds. The transformation of the religious landscape did not entail rupture. Buddhist monasteries continued to operate in Khotan and Dunhuang, Christian bishops retained sees in Merv and Kashgar, and Zoroastrian priests maintained fire temples well into the 9th century. What changed was the hierarchy of discourse. Arabic became the lingua franca of theology and science, uniting the intellectual production of an immense ecumene. Concepts from Greek philosophy and Indian metaphysics were reinterpreted through the lens of Islamic monotheism, giving rise to a new synthesis that would later influence both scholastic Europe and medieval China. The physical Silk Road mirrored this spiritual reconfiguration. Caravans now carried papyrus, glass, spices, and manuscripts inscribed in Kufic script. Merchants invoked God's name before embarking, and their contracts opened with the basmala. The old empires had worshipped fire, image, or emptiness. The new civilization worshipped the word. Yet the structural logic of the road remained constant. Knowledge and devotion moved together. The same roots that bore silk to Byzantium now bore Arabic commentaries on Aristotle to Samarkand and Loyang. By the close of the 7th century, the Silk Road had become the world's first truly ecumenical system, one in which nearly every major faith of antiquity had found passage, dialogue, and transformation. The road's sacred function endured not because it belonged to any single creed, but because it embodied a universal intuition that the pursuit of truth, like the movement of caravans across the steppe, is perpetual, directional, and shared. The diffusion of Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, and Christianity across this transcontinental corridor was therefore not the prelude to Islam's ascendancy, but its necessary condition. Each had prepared the human imagination to conceive of unity without uniformity. Thus ended the classical age of the sacred roots. What had begun as a confluence of empires and economies culminated as a communion of revelations, a world wherein the divine was no longer bound to place, tongue, or polity, but to the perpetual motion of understanding itself. In the centuries between the decline of the Kushan Empire and the ascendancy of Islam, no region exercised greater influence over the economic, linguistic, and cultural cohesion of Eurasia than Sogdiana. Situated between the Oxus, Amudarya, and Jaxartes, Sadaria rivers, and centered on the flourishing cities of Samarkand, Bokhara, and Panjikent, Sogdiana functioned as the arterial core of the Silk Road. Its merchants, translators, and diplomats constituted the invisible infrastructure that bound empires together. Whereas previous chapters of the Silk Road's history were defined by imperial initiative, the Han, the Kushan, the Sasanian, the Sogdian epoch was defined by civic enterprise, a network of autonomous urban republics whose collective expertise in commerce, communication, and cultural mediation sustained the world's most extensive system of exchange. The geographic position of Sogdiana conferred both privilege and peril. Flanked by the Iranian plateau to the southwest, the steppe nomads of the north, and the Chinese Huaixis of the east, the region occupied the nexus of transcontinental trade. Its fertile river valleys, irrigated by intricate canal systems, supported dense urbanization. Archaeological excavations at Afrasiab, the ancient nucleus of Samarkand, reveal elaborate fortifications, palatial frescoes, and administrative quarters organized around caravanserais. The city's design reflected its function. It was less a royal capital than a cosmopolitan entrepot, where merchants, priests, and emissaries of multiple civilizations cohabited within a shared commercial ethos. The linguistic evidence underscores this cosmopolitanism. The Sogdian language, an Eastern Iranian tongue written in an Aramaic-derived script, became the de facto lingua franca of the Silk Road between the 4th and 8th centuries CE. Contracts, letters, and religious texts discovered in the ruins of Dunhuang, Turfan, and Mount Mug reveal its extraordinary reach. Sogdian merchants wrote to one another across distances of thousands of kilometers, employing standardized formulas of address and contractual clauses that facilitated trust among far-flung partners. The language's adaptability, its ability to incorporate Chinese, Sanskrit, and Syriac terms, made it uniquely suited to an environment of perpetual translation. Through it, theological concepts and economic instruments alike traversed civilizational boundaries with minimal distortion. The socio-political organization of Sogdiana diverged markedly from the imperial hierarchies that surrounded it. The region's cities operated under oligarchic councils dominated by merchant families, whose authority derived from capital rather than conquest. These civic elites negotiated treaties with neighboring empires while maintaining a pragmatic independence. Their strategy was one of calibrated subordination. They paid tribute to powerful neighbors, first the Sasanians, later the Western Turks, and finally the Tang dynasty, yet preserved their internal autonomy. This political flexibility allowed the Sogdians to survive successive waves of domination while continuing to control the arteries of trade. Sogdian commerce was characterized by both scale and specialization. Merchants transporting silk, spices, glass, gems, and precious metals, but also acted as financiers, insurers, and information brokers. Caravans operated on a credit-based economy supported by familial networks. Written correspondence functioned as promissory instruments, guaranteeing delivery and payment across vast distances. The existence of standardized weights and seals indicates a proto-corporate system of accountability. Moreover, Sogdian trade extended beyond material goods. They trafficked in symbols, ideas, and rituals. Zoroastrian, Buddhist, Manichaean, and Christian artifacts alike circulated through their markets, each reinterpreted according to local demand. Religion, indeed, was central to Sogdian identity, though never in an exclusive sense. Archaeological and textual evidence points to a form of practical pluralism. Fire altars stood beside Buddhist stupas, Manichaean hymns were transcribed in Sogdian script, and Nestorian Christian psalters were copied for local congregations. This ecumenical milieu reflected not indifference, but an understanding that spiritual capital, like material capital, thrived on exchange. Sogdian art mirrored this ethos. Wall paintings from Panjikant depict scenes from Iranian epics alongside Hindu deities and Chinese mythic beasts. The aesthetic result is not eclecticism, but equilibrium, a visual theology of coexistence. Through their mobility and adaptability, the Sogdians became the Silk Road's indispensable mediators. Their caravans linked the Tang court to the Abbasid Caliphate, their translators conveyed scripture between Sanskrit and Chinese, and their financiers underwrote voyages across deserts and mountains. In them, the Silk Road found its most characteristic human form, neither imperial nor tribal, but urban, literate, and plural. Sogdiana was not an empire of land, but an empire of motion, its borders drawn by roots of trust and credit rather than walls. By the 5th century CE, Samarkand had thus emerged as the symbolic heart of this mercantile civilization. a city whose wealth was measured not in territory but in connection. It was, in every sense, the capital of the Silk Road's middle world, where goods, languages, and gods all changed hands with equal fluidity. By the 5th and 6th centuries CE, the mercantile and diplomatic systems of Sogdiana had achieved a level of sophistication that rendered the region indispensable to every major empire from Byzantium to China. The Sogdians were not conquerors but arbiters. They possessed no imperial army, yet their mastery of logistics, credit, and cross-cultural negotiation allowed them to exert influence disproportionate to their population or military capacity. In a world fragmented by empire and faith, they provided the connective tissue, an informal but highly disciplined commercial republic that transcended political boundaries and theological divisions. The expansion of Sogdian networks into China under the Northern Wei and Sui dynasties demonstrates both their mobility and adaptability. Sogdian merchants, translators, and artists settled in Luoyang, Chang'an, and other urban centers, where they established diasporic communities integrated into the fabric of Chinese society. Archaeological finds, such as the tombs of the Sogdian leaders Wurkak and Njia, unearthed near Xi'an, offer extraordinary insight into this process. Their epitaphs, composed in both Sogdian and Chinese, describe the deceased as Sabao, a term signifying caravan leader and religious elder. These inscriptions reveal a remarkable hybridity of identity. The Sabao served as mediators between the Sogdian mercantile guilds and the Chinese bureaucracy, simultaneously upholding ancestral Zoroastrian rites and participating in the Confucian civic order. Artistic evidence from these tombs further illustrates the cosmopolitan imagination of the Sogdians. The stone reliefs depict banquets, hunting scenes, and processions of foreign envoys, rendered in a syncretic aesthetic that fuses Iranian, Indian, and Chinese motifs. Musicians play lutes of Central Asian design, attendants wear robes patterned with Chinese cloud motifs, and above them, winged deities reminiscent of Greco-Roman Eros and Persian Anahita preside. This iconographic amalgamation mirrors the Sogdian worldview, the sacred and the worldly intertwined through commerce, where divine favor was understood as the harmonious exchange of gifts and obligations across cultures. Economically, the Sogdians' genius lay in their institutionalization of trust across distance. Operating through extended kinship networks, they established colonies along major trade routes, Samarkand, Turfan, Dunhuang, and even as far as the Tang capital, each functioning as a node within an interlocking web of mutual credit. Transactions were secured through correspondence sealed with personal symbols rather than imperial insignia. The discovery of the ancient letters near Dunhuang, dating from the early 4th century CE, provides rare documentary testimony of this system. These letters, written in Sogdian script, include financial accounts, trade instructions, and appeals for aid following political unrest. Their tone reflects both the intimacy of family and the discipline of enterprise. The Silk Road, for the Sogdians, was not a speculative venture but a hereditary vocation. Sogdian merchants also served as diplomatic intermediaries in the volatile politics of Central Asia. During the 6th century, the rise of the Turkic Khaganate posed both threat and opportunity. The Turks, though militarily formidable, lacked the administrative and linguistic expertise necessary for long-distance commerce. The Sogdians filled this void, becoming indispensable advisors and envoys. Contemporary Chinese and Byzantine sources record Sogdian negotiators in the courts of the Turkic Khagans, translating documents, managing tribute, and organizing embassies to China and Persia. Their facility with multiple languages, Sogdian, Persian, Chinese, Greek, and occasionally Sanskrit, made them the era's universal interpreters. Religion continued to serve as both marker of identity and instrument of adaptation. Zoroastrianism remained the spiritual backbone of Sogdian society, yet it existed in symbiosis with Buddhism, Manichaeism, and Christianity. Theologians and artisans from Sogdia contributed to the dissemination of Manichaean scriptures translated into Sogdian script and carried by missionaries to Turfan and Dunhuang. Similarly, Nestorian Christians found Sogdian patrons who financed the construction of churches and provided scribes for Syriac manuscripts. This interpenetration of faiths was not evidence of doctrinal confusion, but of a pragmatic pluralism born of constant contact. The merchant's obligation to respect his hosts, gods, paralleled his obligation to honor local law. The artistic and musical contributions of Sogdia to the Tang world further attest to their integrative role. The Hu music, beloved in Tang courts, was of Sogdian origin, blending Persian instruments with Chinese tonal structures. Dancers and musicians from Samarkand became fixtures at imperial banquets, embodying the aesthetic allure of the western regions. Their presence signified not foreignness, but cosmopolitan refinement, the Silk Road rendered audible. By the 7th century, when the Tang dynasty consolidated its control over Central Asia, the Sogdians had achieved a paradoxical triumph. They had built a civilization without sovereignty. Their cities lacked emperors, yet their merchants commanded empire's respect. Their priests possessed no armies, yet their rites were practiced from Loyang to Bokhara. In them, the Silk Road reached its most humanistic form, a republic of trade sustained by faith in reciprocity rather than dominion. By the 7th century CE, Samarkand had emerged as the preeminent urban organism of the Silk Road, a city whose prosperity rested less upon territorial dominion than upon its function as the central nervous system of Eurasian commerce. Its bazaars, treasuries, and sanctuaries embodied the equilibrium of wealth and sanctity characteristic of Sogdian civilization. To contemporaries, Samarkand was both a metropolis and a metaphor, the place where the world converged, negotiated, and reimagined itself. The city's internal organization reflected the pragmatic cosmopolitanism of its inhabitants. Excavations at Afrasiab, the ancient core of Samarkand, reveal a meticulously planned urban matrix of residential quarters, administrative complexes, caravanserais, and places of worship. Murals discovered within the Palace of the Ambassadors, c. 650 CE, depict processions of envoys from China, India, Persia, and Byzantium bearing gifts to the local ruler. These frescoes, executed in vivid pigments imported from Afghanistan and the Tarim Basin, are visual testimony to the city's international status. Each figure's attire, gesture, and inscription attest to a shared diplomatic etiquette that transcended ethnicity or creed. The artwork thus functions as a painted treaty, a declaration that the city's peace was sustained by exchange itself. Politically, Samarkand's authority derived from its position as the capital of the Sogdian Confederation, a loose alliance of city-states bound by economic interdependence. The Ikshids, or local rulers, acted as custodians rather than autocrats, their legitimacy contingent upon the prosperity of trade. Their courts were staffed by scribes versed in multiple scripts, Sogdian, Middle Persian, Chinese, and their decrees often invoked divine blessing not through conquest, but through equitable commerce. The civic cult of Samarkand combined elements of Zoroastrian fire veneration with ancestral rites, emphasizing purity, contract, and continuity, the theological analogues of trade. The city's prosperity attracted scholars, craftsmen, and religious envoys from across Eurasia. Buddhist monks traveling from India to China paused in Samarkand to copy manuscripts and discuss translation with local savants. Manichaean elect conversed with Zoroastrian priests. Nestorian bishops debated Christological subtleties with Central Asian ascetics. Greek philosophical fragments, Persian astronomical tables, and Indian mathematical treatises all circulated through the city's libraries. This diffusion of learning was not centrally organized but spontaneous, facilitated by a culture that regarded knowledge as the most profitable form of commerce. Samarkand, more than any other city of its age, exemplified the Silk Road as a metaphysical enterprise, trade as a sacrament of understanding. The city's economy operated on principles that foreshadowed later financial systems. Merchants employed bills of exchange, recognized seals, and credit notes to transfer value across immense distances. Partnerships were formalized through verbal oaths consecrated before fire or temple idols, binding the transaction within a sacred order. These contracts, though unwritten in modern legal terms, possessed extraordinary moral force. Breach of faith was both economic failure and spiritual pollution. The intertwining of theology and finance thus endowed commerce with ethical gravity. The Sogdian merchant was not a profiteer, but a participant in cosmic equilibrium, ensuring the continuous circulation of wealth that mirrored the movement of the sun and stars. Culturally, Samarkand served as the epicenter of Sogdian art and literature. Wall paintings from Panjikent and Bokhara portray epics derived from the Iranian Shahnameh tradition, mythic hunts, and celestial banquets. The aesthetic vocabulary, ornate patterns, narrative rhythm, and color symbolism would later influence Islamic miniature painting and Chinese muralism alike. Musical innovation, too, radiated outward. Instruments such as the pipa and barbat entered Chinese orchestras through Sogdian intermediaries, altering the tonal landscape of East Asian music. The city thus converted cultural hybridity into artistic canon. Religiously, Samarkand in the 7th and early 8th centuries remained a theater of plural worship. Fire temples continued to blaze on citadel heights, Manichaean elect conducted processions of light, Christian congregations celebrated liturgies in Syriac and Sogdian, Buddhist monks chanted sutras in Prakrit. The coexistence of these communities was governed not by tolerance in the modern sense, but by ritual balance. Each faith acknowledged the necessity of the others within the divine economy of the world. Pilgrimage and trade often coincided. Merchants might sponsor a Buddhist monastery in one year and a fire temple in another, interpreting both acts as investments in metaphysical credit. It was this uniquely integrative social order that rendered Samarkand the heart of civilization. The city neither imposed unity nor celebrated division. It harmonized multiplicity through the daily mechanics of exchange. In Samarkand's markets, languages intermingled as readily as currencies. Its skyline domes, towers, and spires constituted a map of humanity's theological diversity. When the Tang and the early Arab empires cast their gaze upon Central Asia, it was Samarkand that they sought, not merely as a prize of conquest, but as the indispensable organ through which the world itself circulated. By the mid-8th century, this delicate equilibrium approached its historical climax. The encounter between Tang China and the Abbasid Caliphate would soon redefine the political order of the region, yet the mercantile and spiritual foundations laid by the Sogdians ensured that Samarkand's pulse would endure. Even as empires rose and fell around it, the city remained what it had always been, the Silk Road's enduring conscience, where trade was theology and the movement of goods a form of prayer. The mid-8th century marked the apogee of Sogdian influence and the threshold of its transformation under the twin pressures of Tang imperial expansion and the advancing Islamic Caliphate. The Battle of Talas in 751 CE, often mythologized as a decisive encounter between East and West, was in reality the culmination of centuries of negotiation over the control of Sogdiana's arteries. While military outcomes altered political boundaries, the deeper consequence of the event lay in the continuity of exchange. Papermaking technology moved westward from China, and administrative and commercial techniques of the Islamic world began to infiltrate eastward. Sogdiana, caught between the Tang frontier and the Abbasid frontier, became the crucible of a new Eurasian synthesis. The immediate political aftermath saw Samarkand and Bokhara incorporated into the orbit of the Umayyad and subsequently Abbasid caliphates. Conquest, however, did not extinguish the region's mercantile identity, it merely altered its idiom. Arabic replaced Sogdian as the language of administration, but trade contracts, letters of credit, and private correspondence continued to be written in Sogdian or Persian for another century. The caliphate's fiscal reforms, which standardized taxation and coinage, enhanced rather than disrupted long-distance commerce. The Sogdian merchant class, pragmatic as ever, adapted swiftly. Many embraced Islam while maintaining their ancestral networks, merging into the emerging category of Tajir, the Muslim merchant aristocrat whose commercial acumen was sanctified by Quranic endorsement. Cultural continuity persisted alongside conversion. The monumental architecture of early Islamic Samarkand retained the spatial logic of Sogdian urbanism. Caravanserais adjoining marketplaces, religious precincts clustered around citadels, and water channels dividing quarters by craft or ethnicity. Mosques were erected upon the foundations of older temples, yet their geometric ornamentation echoed pre-Islamic patterns. The transformation of sacred architecture thus mirrored the transformation of faith, continuity under new theology. Artisans continued to depict floral and astral motifs familiar from Sogdian murals, translating them into the vegetal arabesques of early Islamic art. This stylistic migration demonstrates that the passage from polytheism to monotheism along the Silk Road was less an act of erasure than of reinterpretation. Economically, the Sogdian diaspora endured as the backbone of Trans-Eurasian commerce. Communities of Central Asian Muslims, descendants of Sogdian traders, settled in Chinese ports such as Guangzhou and Quanzhou, establishing the earliest Islamic mosques in East Asia. Their mercantile ethics, shaped by generations of credit-based exchange, harmonized readily with the Islamic emphasis on lawful trade, halal tijara. Records from the Tang archives describe these merchants as indispensable intermediaries in the silk, spice, and glass trades, functioning as brokers between the Abbasid markets of Basra and the maritime emporia of the South China Sea. The ancient caravan networks thus evolved into a dual terrestrial and maritime system, preserving Sogdian patterns of reciprocity beneath an Islamic veneer. Intellectually, the integration of Sogdiana into the Islamic ecumene transformed the city of Samarkand into one of the earliest centers of Persianate scholarship. The synthesis of Iranian administrative traditions with Arabic theology produced the bureaucratic models that would later define the Samanid and Ghaznavid states. Under the Abbasids, Sogdian scribes and scholars contributed to the translation of Greek and Indian scientific works into Arabic, continuing the cosmopolitan legacy of Gundishapur. The mathematical and astronomical texts, later studied by Al-Khwarizmi, himself a native of the region, owed much to this intellectual continuity. The very concept of algorithm, derived from Al-Khwarizmi's name, can thus be traced genealogically to the administrative precision of the Sogdian merchant. Religiously, conversion to Islam proceeded unevenly but inexorably. By the 9th century, the fire temples of Samarkand had fallen silent, and Manichaean and Nestorian communities had dwindled. Yet vestiges of Sogdian cosmology persisted within local Islamic practice. The reverence for light in Persian Sufism, the metaphors of cosmic balance in early Islamic philosophy, and the architectural centrality of the dome as a symbol of celestial order, all bear the imprint of Sogdian and Iranian sensibility. The Silk Road's spiritual pluralism had not vanished. It had been subsumed within the universal monotheism of Islam, which inherited and rearticulated the idea of divine unity that earlier civilizations had pursued through multiplicity. By the end of the 8th century, Sogdiana's political autonomy had vanished, yet its cultural genome endured. The Abbasid caliphs, Tang emperors, and later the Samanid princes all inherited its mercantile ethic, its linguistic pragmatism, and its theology of exchange. The Silk Road itself, now increasingly defined by Islamic law and Persian administration, retained the Sogdian soul, a belief that communication, whether material or metaphysical, constituted the highest form of civilization. Samarkand remained its symbolic heart, not because it ruled, but because it remembered. In retrospect, the Sogdian epoch represents the Silk Road's most mature phase, a moment when commerce achieved the dignity of culture and cosmopolitanism attained the rigor of a creed. Through the Sogdians, humanity learned that the circulation of goods could mirror the circulation of meaning, and that trade, when governed by reciprocity and faith, could bind the world more securely than empire ever could. The 8th through 11th centuries of the Common Era constitute what may rightly be described as the Silk Road's Islamic Renaissance, an epoch in which the intellectual, economic, and administrative innovations of the Abbasid Caliphate transformed Eurasian exchange into an integrated civilizational system. Whereas earlier empires had merely intersected the Silk Road, the Abbasids reconstituted it, embedding its infrastructure within a coherent theological and legal order. Commerce, scholarship, and devotion became facets of a single metaphysical economy, unified under the principle that all lawful knowledge and exchange constituted forms of divine service. The Abbasid Revolution of 750 CE which supplanted the Umayyad dynasty, signaled not only a shift in political power, but also a reorientation of the Islamic world toward the east. The new capital, Baghdad, founded by al-Mansur on the western bank of the Tigris, was deliberately situated at the confluence of Mesopotamian, Persian, and Central Asian trade routes. Its circular plan, modeled upon Persian and Sasanian prototypes, embodied the ideal of cosmic order, the caliph as the axis around which the world revolved. Within decades, Baghdad had become the largest and most intellectually dynamic city of the Old World, its markets stocked with goods from China and Africa, its libraries filled with manuscripts from Greece and India. The ideological foundation of Abbasid commerce was the concept of letter to bf ilm knowledge as both revelation and rational inquiry. Unlike the mercantile pragmatism of earlier civilizations, Abbasid trade was governed by a theology of intention. Profit acquired lawfully, letter 1e25 a macron l, and invested in pious endowments, waqf, was understood as participation in divine providence. The jurists of the Madhhab, the four Sunni legal schools, codified contracts, partnerships, mu letter 1e0 a macron r a bia h, and letters of credit, suftaja, with remarkable precision. These instruments provided the Silk Road with a stable juridical infrastructure, replacing the informal trust networks of Sogdian antiquity with standardized procedures enforceable from Cordoba to Samarkand. Economically, the Abbasid period witnessed a revolution in both scale and complexity. The introduction of the dinar and dirham as stable gold and silver currencies enabled transregional valuation, while the widespread use of paper, adopted from Chinese technology after the Battle of Talas, facilitated record-keeping, accounting, and the circulation of written contracts. Merchant families, often organized as Karam syndicates, established offices across the Islamic world, maintaining correspondence through Arabic and Persian letters of exchange. The emergence of these proto-corporate institutions anticipated later Mediterranean and European commercial guilds. Integration of the Silk Road under Islamic governance also produced a demographic transformation. Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and Zoroastrian merchants operated under the same legal protections, and cities such as Nishapur, Merv, and Bokhara became multilingual entrepots. Caravanserais and Riba Macron letter 1e6ds, fortified hostels, were constructed along major routes to ensure the safety of travelers, many of which doubled as centers of religious instruction. The act of journeying itself acquired spiritual resonance. Traders invoked the Prophet's own mercantile career as precedent, interpreting travel for trade as an emulation of prophetic virtue. Culturally, the Abbasid Caliphate sustained the Silk Road's earlier tradition of pluralistic exchange while embedding it within a monotheistic cosmology. The court patronage of translation at Baghdad's Beit al-Letawani 25 House of Wisdom, extended far beyond the recovery of Greek philosophy. It constituted the assimilation of entire civilizational archives. Works of Indian astronomy, Persian statecraft, and Chinese technology were translated into Arabic, harmonized with Qur letter 2b a Macron NIC epistemology, and disseminated throughout the Caliphate's domains. Scholars such as Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, and Al-Biruni exemplified this synthetic intellect, fusing Aristotelian logic with Islamic theology and Persian metaphysics. The Silk Road became not merely a channel of trade, but an artery of ideas, the vehicle through which universal knowledge attained institutional form. From the ports of Basra and Suraf to the markets of Samarkand and Kashgar, the Abbasid world redefined the meaning of connectivity. Goods moved under the banner of Bismillah, contracts began with divine invocation, and caravans journeyed not through a wilderness of chance, but through a world seen as coherent, intelligible, and God-ordered. The Silk Road had ceased to be an accident of geography. It had become the deliberate architecture of a civilization that conceived exchange itself as a manifestation of divine unity, a W letter 1e25 I Macron D. The 9th century marked the maturation of the Abbasid synthesis, the moment when the economic, scientific, and theological energies of the Islamic world achieved structural equilibrium. The Silk Road, now organized within a single civilizational horizon extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific, functioned as both the material and intellectual bloodstream of the caliphate. In this era, commerce was inseparable from scholarship, and scholarship from sanctity. Every transaction and translation carried within it the metaphysical conviction that order on earth mirrored order in the heavens. At the core of this system stood Baghdad, the city of peace. Within its markets and academies, the mercantile and intellectual classes interacted with a freedom and formality unmatched in the premodern world. The city's suqs operated as global clearinghouses for silks from China, spices from India, furs from the steppe, and gold from sub-Saharan Africa. Merchant guilds employed complex accounting systems based on Arabic numerals, an inheritance of Indian mathematical innovation, and recorded their operations on paper ledgers rather than parchment. The introduction of hawala, credit transfer, and saftaja, bills of exchange, allowed merchants to transact across continents without physically transporting coin. These mechanisms not only reduced risk, but also gave rise to a form of early banking that prefigured the later Mediterranean commenda and Venetian bill. The spiritual dimension of commerce was codified through the jurisprudence of the fiqh. Islamic law treated wealth as a trust, amana, from God, to be used ethically and redistributed through almsgiving, zakat, and charitable endowment, waqf. This theological framing transformed profit into an aspect of stewardship. In consequence, a merchant's moral reputation, his adherence to contracts, fairness in weight and measure, and refusal of usury, became both his credit rating and his path to salvation. The moral economy of Islam thus ensured that the Silk Road's arteries were not merely commercial, but also ethical, sustained by an invisible scaffolding of trust sanctified by law. Parallel to the expansion of trade was the flourishing of translation and scientific inquiry. The Beit al-Letawani 25 IKM in Baghdad became the epicenter of a project without precedent in human history: the systematic assimilation of Greek, Persian, Indian, and Syriac knowledge into a single universal language, Arabic. Teams of translators, often working in pairs, a Greek scholar with a Syriac intermediary and an Arabic stylist, rendered Aristotle's Organon, Galen's medical treatises, and Ptolemy's Almagest into precise technical Arabic. These translations were not mere reproductions, but intellectual reconfigurations. Concepts of Greek causality, Indian numeration, and Persian astronomy were reframed within an Islamic cosmology that viewed creation as both rational and revealed. The result was the emergence of a scientific lingua franca that unified the learned classes from Cordoba to Kashgar. Figures such as Al-Khwarizmi, Al-Razi, and Ibn Sina, Avicenna, embodied the new scholarly ideal, polymaths whose work traversed mathematics, medicine, and metaphysics. Al-Khwarizmi's Kitab al-Jabr wa al-Muqabala, from which algebra derives, systematized numerical reasoning, while his tables of astronomical calculation facilitated navigation for caravans and sailors along the Silk Road. Ibn Sina's Canon of Medicine, synthesizing Greek and Persian theories of the humors with Islamic teleology, became the standard medical text from Central Asia to medieval Europe. The Silk Road was thus transformed into a conduit of intellectual standardization, diffusing not only commodities but methodologies, reason disciplined by revelation. Under the Abbasids, the geography of exchange also expanded southward and seaward. The maritime Silk Road, extending from the Persian Gulf through the Indian Ocean to the ports of Southeast Asia and China, flourished under Muslim navigators who combined Greek cartography with Indian astronomical calculation. Sailors from Basra, Suraf, and Soha established trading colonies in Ceylon, Malacca, and Canton, creating a maritime ecumene parallel to the overland network. The same merchants who prayed toward Mecca from the decks of their ships transmitted Islamic ethics to the coastal societies they encountered, integrating ritual purity and commercial trust into the cultural life of the Indian Ocean basin. The overland Silk Road, meanwhile, continued to thrive under the protection of local dynasties loyal to the Abbasids. The Samanids of Bokhara and the Tahirids of Nishapur maintained fortified caravanserais and promoted Persian as a literary and administrative language, ensuring that the intellectual unity of the caliphate was complemented by a linguistic one. The old Sogdian pragmatism now wore an Islamic garb. Merchants recited the Shahada as they opened negotiations, yet their practices retained the procedural discipline of their ancestors. The Silk Road had become both mosque and marketplace, a realm where faith sanctified exchange and exchange embodied faith. By the 10th century, the Abbasid world represented a civilizational totality unparalleled in scope. Its roads, ports, and libraries formed a single nervous system animated by the ideal of T a W letter 1 E25 I Macron D, the unity of God and of knowledge. The Silk Road, now governed by law rather than custom, functioned as the embodied proof of that unity, a geography rendered intelligible by revelation, mathematics, and trust. By the 10th and early 11th centuries, the Islamic world had reached the zenith of its intellectual and commercial integration. The Abbasid Caliphate, though politically decentralized, remained the gravitational center of a system whose coherence was maintained through shared scholarship, faith, and economic infrastructure. The Silk Road, both overland and maritime, was no longer a network of disconnected routes, but a single continuum of Islamic civilization, structured by law, standardized by language, and illuminated by reason. Its pulse emanated from Baghdad, Basra, Nishapur, and Bokhara, yet its circulation extended through Cairo, Damascus, Merv, Samarkand, and on to Chang'an. Within this ecumene, the Persian East achieved particular prominence. The Samanid dynasty, 819–999 CE, nominally vassals of the Abbasids but culturally autonomous, transformed Transoxiana into the intellectual and commercial heartland of the Eastern Islamic world. Their capital, Bokhara, rivaled Baghdad in literary and scientific productivity. Here the Persian language, rejuvenated after centuries of suppression, was codified into the refined idiom of Dari, which became the vehicle for Islamic theology, poetry, and philosophy. This linguistic synthesis, Arabic for revelation, Persian for reflection, reflected the dual structure of the Abbasid order, the unity of belief coupled with the diversity of expression. The Samanid state promoted a stable economic environment by guaranteeing the safety of caravans, standardizing taxation, and maintaining the irrigation systems that sustained the cities of Central Asia. Their silver dirhams, struck in Bokhara and Samarkand, became the principal currency of Eurasia. Millions of these coins have been unearthed as far north as Scandinavia, where they entered Viking trade networks. This vast diffusion of currency symbolizes the Silk Road's transformation from an Asian highway into a planetary system of circulation. The moral weight of Islamic law, combined with the economic discipline inherited from Sogdian tradition, ensured that contracts signed in Bokhara were honored in Baghdad, Basra, or Byzantium. The flourishing of Persianate Islam under the Samanids and their successors produced a new spiritual geography. Mosques and madrasas dotted the caravan cities, serving both as places of worship and centers of instruction. The scholars of Bokhara, Nishapur, and Merv, among them al-Bukhari, compiler of one of the canonical collections of hadith, redefined the intellectual parameters of orthodoxy. Theological inquiry became both a devotional and a rational enterprise. The letter 2bful a letter 2b learned scholars were not cloistered clerics but participants in civic life, adjudicating contracts, supervising endowments, and teaching logic and law. Their presence along the Silk Road guaranteed a uniform moral code transcending ethnicity and language. Meanwhile, the philosophical and scientific disciplines reached an unprecedented refinement. Abu Rayhan al-Biruni, 973–1048 CE, a polymath native to Khwarazm, epitomized the Silk Road's intellectual cosmopolitanism. Fluent in Arabic, Persian, Sanskrit, and Greek, he conducted comparative studies of astronomy, geography, and theology, seeking universal principles across cultures. His chronology of ancient nations and India demonstrate a methodology grounded in empirical observation and respect for other civilizations' coherence. For al-Biruni, the road between Baghdad and India was not merely physical but epistemological, a passage through which truth could be triangulated by reason and revelation. The spread of paper and literacy during this period expanded the circulation of ideas beyond the confines of elite institutions. Books became commodities as valuable as silk or spices. Copyists and bookbinders thrived in the bazaars of Nishapur and Rai, while caravans carried manuscripts to China, Byzantium, and Al-Andalus. The diffusion of Islamic jurisprudence, philosophy, and science through the medium of the book effectively transformed the Silk Road into a network of libraries, its stations marked not only by caravanserais but by scriptoria. Equally significant was the rise of the Sufi brotherhoods, whose mystical itinerancy mirrored the commercial mobility of merchants. Figures such as Abu Yazid al-Bistami and al-Hallaj conceived of travel safar as a metaphor for spiritual ascent, aligning the physical geography of the Silk Road with the metaphysical journey toward divine unity. The Sufi lodges, khanqahs, that dotted the route from Khorasan to Anatolia served as way stations of spiritual hospitality, offering shelter to traders and mendicants alike. In these sanctuaries, commerce and contemplation intertwined. Material exchange mirrored the circulation of divine love. The Abbasid cosmology of unity reached its most tangible expression in the urban design of the period. Cities like Baghdad, Nishapur, and Samarkand were laid out according to principles of geometric symmetry, squares, circles, and octagons, symbolizing cosmic order. Mosques, with their domes and minarets, embodied the metaphysical aspiration of the age, the elevation of human thought toward the infinite. Each architectural element reflected the same conviction that governed trade, science, and law, that the world, in all its diversity, participated in a single rational design. Thus, by the 11th century, the Silk Road had become the infrastructural manifestation of the Islamic intellectual universe. It was no longer a corridor between empires, but a self-sufficient cosmos, united by scripture, scholarship, and exchange. The Samanids, Ghaznavids, and Buyids each in their turn preserved the road's pulse, ensuring that from the Atlantic to the Gobi, the movement of goods and the movement of ideas remained indistinguishable. By the 11th century, the Silk Road under Islamic hegemony had entered a mature phase of institutionalization. Its network of routes, once a fluid constellation of paths shaped by local rulers and seasonal hazards, was now governed by a durable framework of law, finance, and intellectual consensus. The Abbasid Caliphate, though politically weakened by regional dynasties, had succeeded in producing a civilizational template so pervasive that even its rivals adhered to its principles. From Cordoba to Kashgar, the Shari Macron Letter 2BF, a defined commercial ethics. Arabic and Persian served as the twin languages of record, and Islamic timekeeping, based on lunar observation, standardized the rhythm of trade. The world had acquired a single moral calendar. The succession of Persianate dynasties in the eastern provinces, the Buyids, Ghaznavids, and Seljuks, did not disrupt this order but extended it. The Buyids, 945–1055 CE, though Shari Letter 2BF I in Confession, maintained the Abbasid Caliphate as a symbol of legitimacy, thereby preserving the theological architecture of the Silk Road's commerce. The Ghaznavids, 977–1186 CE, emerging from Turkic military origins, became patrons of Persian literature and Islamic orthodoxy, projecting their authority from Afghanistan into northern India. Under Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni, the city became an intellectual hub linking the Islamic heartlands with the Indian subcontinent. Scholars, poets, and jurists traversed the same caravan routes as merchants, carrying manuscripts in their saddlebags beside gold and textiles. The Seljuks, rising in the 11th century, introduced a new political theology that would shape the subsequent centuries of Islamic connectivity. Their patronage of the madrasa system institutionalized higher learning along the Silk Road. The Nizamiya schools, founded by the Vizier Nizam al-Mulk in cities such as Baghdad, Nishapur, and Balkh, formalized the curriculum of theology, law, and philosophy, ensuring uniformity of instruction across regions. Education itself became a form of infrastructure, binding the vast Islamic ecumene through shared epistemological standards. The scholar, like the merchant, was a traveler whose credentials were portable, His certificates, ijazat, were as valid in Cordoba as in Bokhara. The Silk Road's architecture during this period mirrored the administrative rationality of the age. Caravanserais, walled complexes offering lodging, storage, and security, appeared at intervals of approximately 30 to 40 kilometers, forming a regulated sequence of safe havens from the Levant to Central Asia. Many were endowed through charitable foundations, Orkaf, their revenues drawn from urban properties or agricultural estates. The endowment deeds, preserved in Arabic and Persian, illustrate the seamless fusion of economy and piety. To provide for the traveler was an act of devotion, ensuring perpetual merit for the benefactor. The road thus became a continuous line of sacred hospitality, maintained not by taxation alone, but by faith. The circulation of art and technology along these routes reached an intensity unmatched in prior centuries. Glass and ceramic techniques from Syria influenced Chinese Tang and Song artisans, while papermaking innovations from Samarkand revolutionized manuscript production in the West. The blue and white motifs that would later dominate Islamic and Chinese ceramics originated in this period of cross-fertilization. Architectural forms migrated as well. The pointed arch and muqarnas vault, first perfected in Persia, traveled eastward into Chinese Buddhist architecture, while Chinese timber framing inspired adaptations in the palatial architecture of Khurasan. The Silk Road had become not merely a conduit of goods, but a field of experimentation where aesthetic systems blended within a shared geometry of proportion and light. Intellectually, the Persian Renaissance attained full articulation. Poets such as Ferdowsi, through the Shahnameh, redefined the memory of Iran within the framework of Islamic cosmology. Philosophers like Al-Ghazali synthesized Sufi mysticism and Aristotelian logic, reconciling revelation and reason. Their writings circulated through the same networks that carried spices and silks, copied in Nishapur, read in Damascus, and commented upon in Bokhara. The textual Silk Road thus paralleled the material one, each reinforcing the other's continuity. By the close of the 11th century, the Islamic reconfiguration of the Silk Road had achieved a state of equilibrium unprecedented in world history. Its governance combined divine law with bureaucratic efficiency. Its markets balanced profit with moral restraint. Its academies harmonized reason with revelation. No previous civilization had succeeded in integrating so vast a territory through so consistent a synthesis of the material and the metaphysical. Yet within this stability lay the seeds of transition. The very mechanisms that had universalized Islamic civilization, the codification of law, the diffusion of learning, the standardization of commerce, prepared the way for its eventual decentralization. New powers would arise in the 12th and 13th centuries, Turkic, Mongol, and Crusader, each appropriating the institutions the Abbasids had perfected. The Silk Road's unity would fracture, but its intellectual and ethical architecture would endure. The idea of an ordered world sustained by knowledge and trade would persist, passing into the Mongol, Timurid, and eventually early modern global systems. In retrospect, the Abbasid dawn represents not a mere historical phase, but the conceptual summit of the Silk Road, the moment when humanity briefly realized the possibility of a world coherently governed by reason, revelation, and reciprocity. Its legacy endures wherever commerce serves conscience and knowledge seeks universality. The 13th and 14th centuries witnessed one of the most radical reconceptualizations of the Silk Road in world history. What had for millennia been a mosaic of regional networks governed by city-states, caliphates, and dynasties was, for the first and only time, unified under a single imperial authority, the Mongol Empire. Between 1206 and 1368 CE, the conquests initiated by Temujin, later known as Chinggis Khan, transformed the geography of Eurasia, forging an unprecedented continuum of territory from the Danube to the Pacific. Yet the enduring significance of this transformation lay not solely in conquest, but in administration. The Mongols reconfigured the Silk Road into a disciplined infrastructure of governance, communication, and exchange, a world system administered by the horse, the relay, and the law. The Mongol ascendancy emerged from the ecology of the steppe, a vast, arid corridor extending from the Hungarian plain through Central Asia to Manchuria. Nomadic societies of this region had long possessed the logistical mobility that empires of sedentary origin lacked. The genius of Chinggis Khan was to convert this mobility into empire. Between 1206 and 1227, his armies annihilated or absorbed the Khwarezmian, Tangut, and Jin polities, subduing the corridors of Central Asia and northern China that constituted the spine of the Silk Road. His successors, Urgide, Mernk, and Kubilai, expanded the dominion westward into Persia, the Levant, and Eastern Europe, while consolidating control over the Chinese heartland. The resultant polity, often called the Pax Mongolica, represented the largest contiguous land empire in recorded history. What distinguished the Mongol transformation of the Silk Road was not merely its scale, but its systemic coherence. The Yam, a relay network of post stations, remount horses, and couriers, was established across the empire at intervals of approximately 25 to 30 miles. Each station stocked supplies, animals, and provisions for travelers bearing imperial passports, paisa. This infrastructure enabled communications to traverse the length of Eurasia in weeks rather than months, rendering the vast expanse of the continent administratively legible. For the first time, the Silk Road was subjected to rationalized oversight, a continuity of surveillance, taxation, and protection unprecedented in scope. The Mongols approached commerce not as tributary extraction, but as imperial symbiosis. Recognizing that trade sustained revenue, they instituted policies of religious tolerance and security for merchants. The Ortog system, a partnership between state and private capital, provided loans to merchants engaged in long-distance trade, often at favorable rates. In return, these merchants, Muslims from Transoxiana, Uyghurs from Turfan, and Chinese from the Yuan provinces, supplied the empire with strategic goods, from textiles and weapons to paper and glassware. The Pax Mongolica thus reconstituted the Silk Road as a state-sponsored economy of circulation, its arteries protected by garrisons and its traffic financed by imperial credit. Culturally, the Mongol rulers understood themselves not as destroyers, but as arbiters of connectivity. Their administrative pragmatism extended to religion. Buddhist lamas, Muslim jurists, Nestorian patriarchs, and Taoist sages all enjoyed protection and occasionally imperial patronage. The Mongol Khans saw in universal tolerance an extension of their cosmology, the belief that heaven had granted them dominion over all under the sky. This ecumenical order allowed the re-emergence of cosmopolitan centers such as Samarkand, Karakoram, and later Khanbalik, Beijing, as laboratories of cross-cultural synthesis. The reactivation of the entire Eurasian corridor had profound consequences. Diplomatic embassies, religious missions, and scientific delegations moved freely between Europe and Asia. The journeys of Giovanni de Pian del Carpine, 1245-1247, and William of Rubruck, 1253-1255, provided Western Christendom with its first empirical descriptions of the East. Most famously, Marco Polo's expedition from Venice to the Yuan court, 1271-1295, exemplified the unprecedented permeability of the continent. Behind these individual journeys lay a deeper structural phenomenon, the emergence of a genuinely transcontinental public sphere, wherein merchants, scholars, and emissaries could navigate under a single legal canopy. The Mongol reconfiguration of the Silk Road thus marked a moment of historical compression, the condensation of centuries of gradual exchange into a single epoch of accelerated integration. The horse relay replaced the caravan, imperial law replaced tribal custom, and the idea of a Eurasian totality ceased to be theoretical. The Silk Road had become a unified organism governed by mobility, surveillance, and tolerance. It was paradoxically an empire of movement, founded not upon walls or temples, but upon the infinite horizon of the steppe. The consolidation of Mongol rule during the mid-13th century established a geopolitical framework that rendered the Silk Road more secure, predictable, and administratively coherent than at any time in its prior history. The so-called Pax Mongolica was not a myth of peace born from nostalgia, but an empirically observable system of regulation. Caravans that had once relied upon fragile alliances with local warlords now traveled under imperial license, their goods inventoried, taxed, and protected by law. The Mongol state had converted the fluid disorder of the steppe into a geometry of control. The Yam relay network formed the backbone of this system. Maintained at state expense, it stretched from the Yellow River to the Volga, connecting over 1,000 stations. Couriers carried sealed packets written in Uyghur script, the administrative lingua franca of the empire, while imperial passports, or paisa, granted the bearer rights to requisition supplies and fresh horses. Archaeological evidence from Central Asia reveals the standardized architecture of these stations, quadrangular compounds with stables, wells, and granaries, each capable of supporting dozens of travelers. The efficiency of this logistical infrastructure astonished contemporaries. Diplomatic dispatches could traverse the 8,000 kilometers between Karakoram and Tabriz in little more than a month, a velocity of information rivaling that of early modern postal systems 6 centuries later. Economic integration paralleled administrative unification. The Mongols issued paper money (ko) across their dominions, beginning in northern China under Urgedei Khan and expanding under Kublai. The Yuan dynasty institutionalized this medium as legal tender, forcing its acceptance by decree while maintaining reserves of silk and precious metals to sustain confidence. In the Western domains, coinage continued alongside bullion and barter, but the conceptual unity of currency, state-guaranteed value, had been achieved. This innovation allowed merchants to operate across enormous distances without the peril of transporting specie, thereby multiplying the velocity of trade. The Mongol taxation regime, though exacting, was rationalized. Tribute was levied not through arbitrary confiscation, but through censuses and standardized rates. Fiscal registers in Persian and Chinese sources describe assessments by household, herd, and harvest. The Daraghachi imperial overseers were dispatched to supervise taxation and ensure compliance, while the Tamga, a stamped seal, certified goods and documents as lawfully traded. The empire's bureaucracy, staffed by Uyghur clerks, Persian accountants, and Chinese administrators, embodied a cosmopolitan efficiency unique to its time. This managerial pluralism was not ideological but functional. The Mongols recognized administrative competence as a universal currency. Culturally and scientifically, the empire's connectivity fostered an unprecedented exchange of knowledge. Astronomers, physicians, and engineers circulated freely between the Islamic world and China. Persian astronomers introduced refined observational instruments to the Yuan court, leading to the construction of the observatory at Khanbalik under Jamal al-Din and Gu Shaojing. Chinese techniques in hydraulics and printing found their way westward, while Islamic medicine and mathematics penetrated East Asia. The Mongol Khans sponsored translations of scientific works into Persian, Arabic, and Chinese, continuing the cosmopolitan legacy of the Abbasids on an even vaster scale. Religious tolerance remained an explicit pillar of Mongol governance. Edicts of Chinggis Khan and Mengke Khan prohibited interference with religious institutions and exempted clergy from taxation. Buddhist monasteries in Tibet, Islamic madrasas in Transoxiana, Christian churches in northern China, and shamanic cults on the steppe all functioned under imperial patronage. This ecumenical policy was not born of humanistic sentiment but of strategic realism. Belief was subordinate to order. By ensuring that no single faith monopolized legitimacy, the Khans maintained equilibrium among their diverse subjects. Yet the effect was revolutionary. The Mongol Empire became, in practice, the most religiously plural polity of the medieval world, a phenomenon that encouraged a new kind of comparative theology along the Silk Road, where scholars debated cosmology and prophecy within shared imperial frameworks. The reactivation of maritime trade complemented this overland order. Mongol fleets operating from southern China engaged with Muslim merchants in the Indian Ocean, linking the South China Sea to the Persian Gulf. Ports such as Quanzhou and Hormuz flourished as twin termini of the Trans-Eurasian circuit. The combination of secure land routes and vigorous sea lanes produced a unified commercial ecology stretching across half the globe. By the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire had succeeded in reconciling the dual imperatives of mobility and stability. Never before had the Silk Road been so completely mapped, taxed, and patrolled. Never again would it be. The Mongols did not merely guard the arteries of exchange, they redefined the very nature of connectivity, transforming trade into an extension of imperial intelligence. The steppe had conquered the city, yet in doing so, it had learned to govern like one. By the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire had evolved from an instrument of conquest into a machine of administration whose coherence depended upon the disciplined circulation of information and goods. Yet, even as the empire expanded, it fractured into a constellation of successor khanates: the Yuan in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Golden Horde in the Pontic-Caspian steppe. Despite their political rivalry, these states maintained the structural logic of Mongol governance, ensuring that the Silk Road's arteries remained open. The fragmentation of power paradoxically intensified integration. Local autonomy allowed each khanate to specialize in particular segments of the transcontinental economy while retaining the common grammar of Mongol law and mobility. The Yuan dynasty, 1271–1368 CE, established by Kublai Khan, represented the apogee of Mongol administrative rationality in East Asia. From his capital at Dadu, Beijing, Kublai adopted Chinese bureaucratic traditions while preserving the Mongol ethos of pragmatic tolerance. The civil service examinations were revived, but alongside them the imperial relay and postal systems continued to operate under Mongol supervision. The state maintained granaries, warehouses, and paper money treasuries that linked the agrarian interior to the maritime frontier. Chinese ceramics, silks, and metalwork flooded westward. Persian glass, Syrian textiles, and Islamic astronomical instruments moved east. The Yuan court's interest in technological transfer, hydraulic engineering, astronomy, and medicine drew scholars from as far as Samarkand and Tabriz. The Silk Road under the Yuan thus became a deliberate state project, its vitality anchored in the imperial desire to synchronize heaven's mandate with terrestrial administration. In Persia, the Ilkhanate, 1256–1335 CE, under Hulagu Khan and his successors, pursued a complementary synthesis. Initially devastative in conquest, it rapidly transformed into a stable polity that fused Mongol military discipline with Persian bureaucratic sophistication. The Vizierate of Rashid al-Din, d. 1318 CE, marked a decisive intellectual renaissance. His J.A. Macron M.I. Letter to B.F. al-Tawariq, Compendium of Chronicles, constituted the first genuinely global history, an encyclopedic synthesis of Chinese, Indian, Islamic, and European knowledge compiled under Mongol patronage. This historiographical enterprise epitomized the Silk Road's intellectual function under the Mongols. The empire conceived of history itself as a form of cartography, mapping the totality of human civilization within a single narrative frame. The Chagatai Khanate, straddling Central Asia, served as the geographic and logistical fulcrum of this interconnected system. Controlling the critical corridors between Samarkand, Kashgar, and the Tarim Basin, it ensured the continuity of overland traffic between east and west. The Khans of the Chagatai lineage maintained the Tamga tax and Yam network, drawing upon both Turkic and Persian administrative elites. Their cities, especially Olmalik and Samarkand, became entrepots of linguistic and religious pluralism. Here, Buddhist, Muslim, and Christian communities coexisted under Mongol arbitration, their priests often serving as translators and diplomats. The region's prosperity during this period demonstrates that the Mongol principle of governance, security through movement, remained effective even without centralized unity. To the north and west, the Golden Horde under Batu Khan and his successors extended the Silk Road's commercial logic into the Russian steppe and Eastern Europe. The Horde's capital at Sarai on the Volga became a metropolis of trade where Genoese, Venetian, and Muslim merchants transacted under the Khan's protection. The introduction of silver dirhams struck in Mongol mints standardized currency circulation across Eurasia, binding northern forests to southern deserts. Even the nascent principalities of Russia, though tributary, benefited from the stability of the Mongol fiscal order, which ensured the steady flow of goods from the Baltic to the Caspian. Religion, once a source of division, became a medium of diplomacy under the Mongols. Buddhist monks from Tibet, Franciscan envoys from Europe, and Muslim jurists from Persia all sought audiences with the Khans. The Mongol rulers perceived divine truth as plural and pragmatic, an extension of their universal sovereignty. This policy, though politically expedient, produced real intellectual consequences. Comparative theology flourished. Muslim scholars in Tabriz debated Nestorian Christians about prophecy. Chinese Buddhists exchanged cosmological concepts with Persian astronomers. The Silk Road thus became not merely an economic bridge, but a philosophical one, connecting metaphysical vocabularies across civilizations. Technological and cultural transmission during this period reached a velocity unmatched before or since. Gunpowder, magnetic compasses, and printing technology flowed westward. Glassmaking, astronomy, and textile design traveled east. Artistic hybridization emerged as a visual testament to this circulation. Persian miniatures incorporated Chinese landscapes, while Yuan ceramics absorbed Islamic geometric motifs. The Mongol Empire did not merely facilitate exchange, it aestheticized it, turning connectivity into a cultural principle. The four Khanates, though divergent in religion and governance, operated as interdependent nodes of a continental system whose integrity rested upon shared administrative memory. They inherited from Chinggis Khan not only a military legacy, but a metaphysical one, the conviction that the world could be ruled through mobility, communication, and tolerance. Under their stewardship, the Silk Road became the first truly globalized environment, a continuous field of interaction encompassing the intellectual, commercial, and spiritual life of Eurasia. The 14th century represented both the culmination and the gradual disintegration of the Mongol world order. The institutions that had once unified Eurasia, relay stations, paper currency, transregional diplomacy, and universal tolerance, began to erode under the combined pressures of administrative overreach, ecological stress, and the reassertion of local identities. Yet even as political unity fragmented, the intellectual and commercial architecture of the Silk Road endured, transmitted into the emerging polities of post-Mongol Asia and Europe. The Mongol transformation of Eurasia thus achieved a paradoxical permanence. Its empire vanished, but its system remained. The disintegration began from within. The logistical perfection of the Yam network, which had made the empire governable, proved financially unsustainable as revenues declined. The administrative centers at Karakoram, Dardu, and Tabriz could no longer subsidize the vast network of stations that had bound the empire together. Paper currency, once a symbol of imperial sophistication, suffered from overissue and inflation, particularly in the Yuan dynasty under the later Khans. Merchants reverted to barter or to the use of silver ingots, and the fluidity of exchange began to contract. Meanwhile, the balance between nomadic and sedentary economies that had sustained Mongol rule faltered. As successive generations of Mongol elites assimilated to urban and agricultural life, they lost the mobility that had been both their strategic advantage and their ideological foundation. The most decisive rupture, however, came from ecological catastrophe. The mid-14th century saw the onset of the Black Death, transmitted along the very arteries of exchange that had previously carried silk, gold, and manuscripts. The plague's diffusion from Central Asia to Europe between 1346 and 1353 annihilated tens of millions, collapsing urban economies and caravan traffic alike. What had once symbolized the triumph of connectivity now revealed its darker dimension, interdependence as vulnerability. The Mongol Empire's great network of roads and ports became the vectors of a biological apocalypse. Nevertheless, the intellectual legacies of the Pax Mongolica survived the empire's decline. The Ilkhanid court, even in its final decades, remained a crucible of cross-cultural scholarship. The astronomer Nasir al-Din al-Tusi, whose observatory at Maragha had established the most advanced astronomical models of the pre-Copernican era, transmitted his mathematical and cosmological theories westward, influencing the later work of Copernicus. Persian translations of Chinese star charts, medical treatises, and technical manuals reached the Islamic world, and through it, Renaissance Europe. Likewise, the Yuan dynasty's patronage of astronomy, cartography, and pharmacology preserved the integrative intellectual ethos of Mongol governance even after political fragmentation. Trade, though diminished in volume, did not cease. Merchant families from the Islamic world, particularly those of Khurasan and Bokhara, continued to operate along the remnants of the overland route, while maritime commerce intensified in the Indian Ocean. The ports of Hormuz, Aden, and Calicut now assumed the role once held by Samarkand and Kashgar, linking the remnants of the Silk Road to new circuits of exchange. The Mongol experience had demonstrated the feasibility of global interconnection. The maritime powers of the 15th and 16th centuries would merely alter its medium. Culturally, the diffusion of aesthetic and technological forms persisted long after imperial unity had vanished. The hybrid art of the Ilkhanids and the Yuan, blending Persian, Chinese, and Byzantine motifs, laid the groundwork for later Timurid and Ming artistic syntheses. In architecture, the concept of the centralized dome and axial symmetry, perfected under Mongol patronage, became a universal idiom of sacred and civic construction across Eurasia. Linguistically, Persian and Turkic vocabularies expanded eastward into China and westward into the Balkans, embedding the traces of Mongol cosmopolitanism in the very fabric of speech. By the close of the 14th century, the Mongol Empire had dissolved into memory, yet its imprint upon the Silk Road was indelible. The concept of a regulated transcontinental economy, the practice of religious pluralism as state policy, and the fusion of administrative rationality with cosmological vision, all survived as institutional DNA within subsequent empires. The Timurids, the Ottomans, the Safavids, and even the Ming inherited and adapted the Mongol principle that connectivity was the essence of civilization. In retrospect, the Mongol transformation of the Silk Road may be understood as the first articulation of what later centuries would call globalization. It demonstrated that the management of exchange, economic, intellectual, and spiritual, could be systematized across the boundaries of language, faith, and geography. The horse-mounted messengers who once galloped between the steppes of Mongolia and the gardens of Shiraz were the forerunners of a universal idea, that humanity's destiny lies in communication, not isolation. The Mongols had conquered through motion, they governed through connection, and in their decline, they bequeathed to the world the conviction that civilization itself is a network. The collapse of the Mongol Imperium in the late 14th century did not mark the end of Eurasian unity, but rather its transformation. From the ruins of the Chagatai Khanate and the Ilkhanid domains arose a new synthesis of imperial ambition and cultural refinement, the Timurid Empire. Founded by Timur ibn Tariq, known in the Persian chronicles as Timur-i-Lang, Timur the Lame, and in the West as Tamerlane, this empire, 1370–1507 CE, revived the Silk Road's vitality not through conquest alone, but through an unprecedented patronage of art, architecture, science, and historiography. Under the Timurids, Central Asia, particularly the cities of Samarkand and Herat, became the intellectual and aesthetic capitals of the Islamic world, a luminous bridge between the Mongol cosmopolitan inheritance and the early modern empires that would follow. Timur's rise occurred in the aftermath of the Mongol fragmentation. Born near Kesh, modern Shahrazabs, in Transoxiana, he emerged as a military entrepreneur in a region fractured by competing tribal confederations. His genius lay in transforming steppe warfare into imperial architecture. By 1370, Timur had consolidated control over Central Asia and established Samarkand as his capital, envisioning it as the axis of a renewed world order. Though his campaigns extended destructively across Persia, Anatolia, and India, his imperial ideology was less concerned with territorial permanence than with the restoration of universal order, Nizam-i-Jahan. In this sense, Timur conceived himself as both successor and corrector of the Mongols, inheriting their cosmopolitan reach while grounding it in Persian Islamic cultural legitimacy. The administrative structure of the Timurid Empire reflected this hybrid conception. The empire was organized around a network of urban centers, Samarkand, Bokhara, Herat, Balkh, and Mashhad, linked by reconstructed caravan routes and fortified stations. Timur's bureaucrats, largely drawn from Persian and Turkic literati, codified taxation, maintained postal communications, and restored irrigation systems devastated during earlier wars. The empire's fiscal order revived the Waqf and IQ letter 1E60 A Macron letter 2BF systems, allocating revenues to religious and educational institutions. These measures re-established the infrastructure that sustained the Silk Road's economic rhythm, ensuring that merchants, scholars, and artisans once again traversed the Central Asian plateau under imperial protection. Timur's vision of empire was fundamentally architectural. His court chroniclers, such as Sharaf al-Din letter 2BF, Ali Yazdi in the Zafarnama, portrayed conquest not as destruction, but as preparation for construction. Samarkand was to be the embodied map of the world, a microcosm of imperial order expressed through geometry, color, and inscription. The monumental projects he commissioned, the Bibi Khanum Mosque, the Guri Amir Mausoleum, and the Registan, were designed as visible theologies, expressing through their domes and tilework the unity of divine and royal power. The half-trang, seven-color, mosaic technique perfected in this period transformed architecture into a cosmological manuscript, where every inscription and pattern served as a declaration of metaphysical order. In parallel with architectural patronage, the Timurids invested heavily in scholarship. The royal libraries of Samarkand and later Herat amassed thousands of manuscripts in Arabic, Persian, and Turkic, encompassing theology, history, mathematics, astronomy, and poetry. Calligraphers such as Mir letter 2BF, Li Tabrizi refined NAST, a letter 2BF, Li Macron Q, the hanging script that would become the classical Persian style. Miniaturists and illuminators, trained in both Chinese and Persian traditions, created visual manuscripts that fused the lineal clarity of East Asian art with the chromatic complexity of Islamic ornamentation. These ateliers produced not merely decoration, but a theology of representation, the visible world rendered as the shadow of divine order. Timur's successors institutionalized this cultural program. His grandson Ulugh Beg, R. 1409-1449, ruler of Transoxiana and himself, a preeminent astronomer, transformed Samarkand into the greatest scientific center of the 15th century. The Madrasi Ulugh Beg on the Registan functioned simultaneously as university, observatory, and administrative school. It was here that the astronomical tables known as the Zijai Sultani were compiled, a work so precise that its measurements of the solar year remained unmatched until the European Renaissance. Ulugh Beg's observatory, equipped with a massive marble sextant, exemplified the Timurid commitment to rational cosmology, the belief that knowledge of the heavens was both a scientific and spiritual obligation. The Timurid Empire thus initiated a renaissance without precedent in Islamic or Eurasian history. It fused the administrative rationality of the Mongols with the artistic and theological depth of Persian Islam, transforming the Silk Road from a commercial artery into a civilizational bloodstream. In its cities, the sciences of the stars and the arts of the word coexisted as parallel revelations. Trade routes became intellectual highways, and caravanserais doubled as academies. The Timurid project represented not the revival of empire for its own sake, but the restoration of order through knowledge and beauty. The Timurid century that followed Timur's death in 1405 CE marked an extraordinary stabilization of the Silk Road as an intellectual and aesthetic corridor rather than a purely mercantile one. Under Shah Rukh, R. 1409-1447 CE, and his consort Gorhashad, the empire's center of gravity shifted southward from Samarkand to Herat, which emerged as the preeminent capital of Islamic humanism in the 15th century. This transition was neither abrupt nor accidental. It embodied a deliberate reorientation of imperial energy from conquest to cultivation. Where Timur had sought to impose order through motion, his successors sought to perpetuate it through institution. Herat under Shah Rukh exemplified the mature Timurid synthesis, an equilibrium between Persian bureaucratic culture, Turkic military heritage, and Islamic scholarship. The city's layout was redesigned to reflect both administrative efficiency and aesthetic harmony. Palaces, mosques, libraries, and gardens were constructed along axial avenues that mirrored the celestial symmetry celebrated in Timurid architecture. The Masjid-i-Jami-2bf of Herat, completed under Gorha Shah's supervision, became both an architectural and intellectual emblem of the dynasty's ambitions. Its vast epigraphic program, executed in cobalt and turquoise glaze, transformed Qur-2ba Macron NIC inscriptions into spatial theology, words as structure, scripture as geometry. The cultural administration of Shah Rukh's court institutionalized the arts as instruments of governance. Patronage was codified through the Kitabkhana, royal library and atelier, where calligraphers, miniaturists, and poets worked under state supervision. This bureaucratization of creativity ensured that artistic production was standardized, archived, and disseminated throughout the empire. Each manuscript, adorned with miniatures depicting idealized landscapes and royal genealogies, served as both aesthetic artifact and political document, a visual assertion of the dynasty's cosmic legitimacy. The Timurid atelier thereby became a continuation of the chancery, translating power into beauty with the precision of law. The reign of Ulugh Beg, Shah Rukh's son, introduced a further dimension, the elevation of scientific inquiry to imperial doctrine. His observatory in Samarkand, completed circa 1420 CE, was the most advanced astronomical institution in the pre-modern world. Constructed around a monumental meridian arc with a radius exceeding 40 meters, it allowed for calculations of unprecedented accuracy. The resulting Zij-i-Sultani catalogued over 1,000 fixed stars, refining values for the obliquity of the ecliptic and the length of the solar year. These findings, disseminated through Arabic and Persian translations, circulated from Istanbul to Delhi and later informed the astronomical tables of Renaissance Europe. The philosophical implications of Ulugh Beg's enterprise extended beyond measurement. His scholars, among them Qadi Zada al-Rumi and Ali Qushji, rearticulated astronomy as a theological science, positing that precision in celestial observation mirrored divine order. This conception reconciled empirical rationalism with Islamic cosmology, establishing a model of inquiry in which faith and reason were not adversarial but complementary. The madrasa adjacent to the observatory embodied this harmony. Lectures in logic and metaphysics occurred alongside lessons in mathematics and geometry. Within its walls, the heavens were studied as scripture written in number. Parallel to scientific advancement was the literary efflorescence of Persian poetry and historiography. Figures such as Jami, 1414–1492 CE, Alisher Navoy, 1441–1501 CE, and Hafizai Abru transformed Herat into a republic of letters. Jami's works, particularly Nafahat Alun's and Haft Orang, synthesized Sufi metaphysics with classical aesthetics, defining the intellectual ethos of the Timurid elite. Navoy, writing in Chagatai Turkic, elevated the vernacular to literary status, asserting linguistic parity between Turkic and Persian. His monumental Kamsa not only rivaled the Persian epics of Nizami, but also established Chagatai as a medium of empire. This bilingual humanism mirrored the cultural duality of the Silk Road itself, the coexistence of multiple languages and epistemologies within a single moral geography. Economically, the Timurid domains maintained the Silk Road's continuity through investment in infrastructure and urban renewal. Roads between Herat, Mashhad, Merv, and Samarkand were restored. Bridges, wells, and caravanserais were endowed through Waqf foundations. The revival of textile industries, particularly silk weaving and manuscript illumination, turned the empire's cities into centers of export. Timurid textiles, characterized by symmetrical arabesques and vegetal motifs, circulated from Anatolia to China, while Herat miniatures influenced Safavid and Mughal visual idioms for centuries. Trade, scholarship, and devotion functioned as interdependent expressions of the same cosmological order. By mid-15th century, the Timurid Empire represented the final great florescence of Islamic Central Asia before the early modern reconfigurations of empire. Its equilibrium of science, art, and theology exemplified a civilizational ideal rooted in harmony rather than hegemony. The Silk Road, reanimated by Timurid patronage, once again became a corridor not of conquest, but of contemplation, a geography where the pursuit of knowledge was indistinguishable from the worship of beauty. The later 15th century, extending from the reign of Shah Rukh through that of Sultan Hussein Bey Kara, r 1469–1506 CE, witnessed the full intellectual crystallization of the Timurid order. The empire's political boundaries had begun to contract under internal rivalries and the rise of neighboring powers, yet its cultural influence attained a universality that transcended geography. Nowhere was this more evident than in Herat, which under Sultan Hussein and his vizier, the polymath Letatubief al-Shir Navoy, became the unrivaled epicenter of Islamic Renaissance thought, a center of gravity where aesthetics, theology, philosophy, and statecraft converged into a single coherent vision of civilization. Hussein Bey Kara's court institutionalized patronage with unprecedented administrative precision. The royal Kitabkhana at Herat employed hundreds of artisans, from illuminators and papermakers to poets and astronomers. The organization of these workshops reflected the Timurid principle of disciplined creativity. Every artist functioned within a hierarchy, overseen by master calligraphers and chroniclers who ensured conformity to aesthetic and theological standards. The atelier's productions, particularly the illustrated epics of Nizami and Jami, embodied a visual metaphysics of order. Miniatures from this period demonstrate a unique synthesis of spatial illusion and symbolic geometry. Architecture and landscape were rendered not as realistic scenes, but as reflections of cosmic structure. This visual philosophy paralleled the literary and intellectual revival of the period. Letatubief Abd al-Rahman Jami, the preeminent scholar of late Timurid Herat, stood at the intersection of theology, philosophy, and poetry. His writings, deeply informed by Ibn Letatubief Abis doctrine of Wadat al-Wujud, the unity of being, articulated an ontology in which art and knowledge were modes of divine self-disclosure. In his L.W.A. Macron Letatubi Letawani 25 and Nafahat al-Unz, Jami proposed that contemplation of beauty constituted a legitimate path to metaphysical realization. Under his influence, aesthetics acquired a theological dignity, transforming the visual and literary arts into vehicles of spiritual cognition. Letatubief al-Shir Navoy complemented Jami's metaphysics with a linguistic and ethical program rooted in the vernacular. His works in Chagatai Turkic, especially Kamsa, Muhakamat al-Lughatain, and Majali's Alena Fa Macron Letatubis, advanced the argument that language itself was a vessel of divine potential. By elevating Turkic to a literary medium alongside Persian, Navoy expanded the Silk Road's intellectual geography, enabling a wider social participation in the empire's moral and aesthetic discourse. His treatise on ethics and governance, Nasa Macron Letatubi Im Alem Letawani 25 Abibia, posited that just rulership required the cultivation of inner virtue, uniting political philosophy with Sufi psychology. Through him, literature became an instrument of statecraft, a means by which the empire's moral order was both expressed and perpetuated. This synthesis of faith, language, and aesthetics was mirrored in architecture and urban design. The Gorhashad Madrasa and the Musalla complex in Herat, built under royal patronage, integrated structural engineering with Qur Letatubi Macron NIC symbolism. The axial symmetry of their courtyards, the rhythmic alternation of glazed tiles, and the proportional harmony of minarets embodied the metaphysical doctrine that the cosmos itself was an ordered text. Timurid architecture thus operated as visual theology, an argument in brick and lapis for the intelligibility of creation. The scientific culture of the Timurid world remained equally vigorous. The observatories established under Ulugh Beg continued to influence scholars through their precision instruments and pedagogical methods. Herat's madrasas taught geometry and astronomy alongside jurisprudence and logic, ensuring the continuity of rational disciplines within a theological framework. The works of Ali Qushji, who had fled to the Ottoman court after Ulugh Beg's death, disseminated Timurid mathematical astronomy across the Islamic world. His reinterpretation of motion and celestial mechanics, rejecting Aristotelian geocentrism, anticipated the conceptual shifts that would later define early modern science. Economically, the Silk Road in this period experienced a final resurgence. Caravan routes linking Herat to Tabriz, Shiraz, and Kashgar were maintained through endowments and military protection. The circulation of textiles, manuscripts, and scientific instruments flourished under imperial guarantees. Merchant guilds and Sufi orders collaborated in maintaining inns and hospices along the routes, blending commercial infrastructure with spiritual hospitality. The boundaries between mercantile and metaphysical labor were blurred. The merchant transporting illuminated Qur letter 2b, a macron, ns, and astronomical tables participated in the same civilizational vocation as the scholar or poet. The Herat Renaissance thus represented the last moment when Central Asia functioned as the intellectual axis of the Islamic world. Its legacy radiated outward, westward into the nascent Ottoman Empire, southward into Mughal India, and eastward into Ming China, carrying with it the Timurid conception of order as beauty and knowledge as devotion. The Silk Road, reborn in Herat's ateliers and observatories, had become once again a highway of the mind, a geography of illumination rather than conquest. By the dawn of the 16th century, the Timurid world entered its twilight. The dynastic fragmentation that followed Sultan Hussein Baykara's death in 1506 CE marked the end of political unity in Central Asia. Yet the empire's intellectual and aesthetic legacy not only survived but multiplied, disseminating its methods, symbols, and scholarly habits across the vast geography of the post-Timurid world. From Anatolia to Hindustan, the successors of Timur carried forward the same composite civilization that had transformed the Silk Road from a mercantile corridor into a metaphysical one. The dissolution of empire thus paradoxically signified its triumph as an idea, the transference of Central Asian refinement into the global early modern. The political vacuum left by the Timurid decline invited the rise of new imperial formations. In the West, the Ottoman Empire absorbed the scholars and artisans who fled Herat and Samarkand, incorporating their expertise into the bureaucratic and architectural fabric of Istanbul. In the East, Babur, a descendant of Timur through his father and of Chinggis Khan through his mother, founded the Mughal Empire in India in 1526 CE. Babur's Baburnama, written in Chagatai Turkic, stands as both chronicle and confession, a synthesis of Timurid historiography and Central Asian linguistic pride. Through him, the ethos of Herat was transplanted into the plains of Hindustan. The Mughals would adopt Timurid aesthetics, administrative rationality, and urban planning as their foundation, rendering the architectural and intellectual DNA of Samarkand and Herat visible in the domes of Agra, Delhi, and Lahore. In Persia, the Safavid dynasty, 1501–1736 CE, emerged as the inheritor of Timurid artistic sophistication, though within a newly sectarian SHI letter 2BFI framework. Many of the Safavid master builders and calligraphers had been trained in Herat. Their migration westward catalyzed the fusion of Timurid geometrical rigor with Safavid ornamental exuberance. The imperial capitals of Tabriz and Isfahan thus became heirs to the Silk Road's visual theology, transforming Timurid modular order into Safavid sensual complexity. The domes of the Masjid-i-Shah and the miniature cycles of Riza Abbasi may be read as continuations, not ruptures, of the Timurid ideal that architecture and manuscript were coextensive forms of cosmic commentary. The diffusion of Timurid science followed an equally enduring trajectory. The astronomical tables of Ulugh Beg remained authoritative in the Islamic world and were translated into Sanskrit and Latin in subsequent centuries. Their precision informed Mughal and Ottoman observatories and indirectly contributed to the evolution of Renaissance astronomy. The methodological insistence on empirical observation, coupled with theological humility, central to the Timurid school, bridged medieval scholasticism and early modern empiricism. The Observatory of Samarkand, long abandoned, persisted as an intellectual archetype, a symbol of the world made legible through disciplined sight. Even the Silk Road itself, though politically fragmented, retained its vitality through Timurid precedent. The infrastructure of caravanserais, madrasas, and urban markets established in the 15th century continued to serve as the logistical skeleton of Transasian trade well into the 17th century. The routes between Bokhara, Mashhad, and Herat remained functional under Uzbek and Safavid administration. Their continuity owed less to direct control than to institutional inertia, the enduring efficacy of Timurid law, architecture, and moral economy. Merchants, scholars, and pilgrims still invoked the names of Ulugh Beg and Jami, not as temporal rulers, but as guarantors of intellectual legitimacy. Culturally, the late Timurid aesthetic achieved canonical status. The Nast, a letter 2bf Li Macron Q script, perfected under Mir letter 2bf a Li Tabrizi, became the universal medium of Persianate civilization. Timurid miniature painting, with its balanced compositions and luminous palette, set the stylistic foundation for Safavid, Mughal, and Ottoman schools. The Herat atelier, which had functioned as the administrative nucleus of beauty, thus became the invisible academy of 3 continents. Similarly, the Timurid concept of patronage, art as a form of governance, was institutionalized by later courts, ensuring that beauty remained a function of legitimacy. Philosophically, the Timurid legacy culminated in the doctrine of synthesis, the conviction that reason, revelation, and artistry were interdependent modalities of truth. This intellectual equilibrium would define the Persianate cosmopolis for centuries, shaping the curricula of madrasas from Istanbul to Delhi. Even as Central Asia succumbed to the shifting powers of Uzbeks and Safavids, its spiritual geography endured. The ruins of Samarkand and Herat continued to radiate symbolic authority, their domes and minarets standing as petrified theorems of divine order. In retrospect, the Timurid Renaissance represents the final unbroken articulation of the classical Silk Road ideal, a civilization where commerce was sanctified by knowledge and knowledge by beauty. From the mathematical precision of Ulugh Beg's sextant to the fluid lines of Jami's verse, the Timurid synthesis transformed the material world into a mirror of the metaphysical. When the caravans of later centuries followed those same roads, they traversed not merely the geography of Asia, but the intellectual infrastructure of a lost order. The Silk Road had ceased to be a frontier between worlds. It had become, through the Timurids, a continuous axis of civilization. By the 15th century, the world that had sustained the Silk Road for 3 millennia began to shift its axis. The traditional overland corridors that had once linked the imperial capitals of Eurasia, Samarkand, Chang'an, Baghdad, and Constantinople, were now gradually supplanted by maritime routes extending across the Indian Ocean, the South China Sea, and the Atlantic. This transition did not occur through abrupt displacement, but through structural evolution. The continuity of exchange adapted to new media of motion. The Silk Road, long a terrestrial network of caravans and empires, began to dissolve into the sea lanes of a planetary economy. The causes of this reorientation were multiple: geographical, technological, political, and theological. The overland routes, though historically secure under the Timurids and their predecessors, suffered increasing disruption from nomadic incursions, internecine wars, and the fiscal exhaustion of Central Asian states. Meanwhile, maritime commerce had become more profitable and less vulnerable to taxation. The navigational innovations of the 15th century, astrolabes refined by Islamic astronomers, magnetic compasses adopted from Chinese prototypes, and advances in shipbuilding allowed vessels to cross the Indian Ocean with regularity. The center of gravity of global commerce shifted southward from the deserts and oases of Central Asia to the ports and straits of the Indo-Pacific Rim. This new maritime order, however, was not a rupture with the Silk Road tradition, but its continuation by other means. The Indian Ocean basin had long functioned as the Silk Road's aqueous counterpart, linking the Red Sea and Persian Gulf to East Africa, Arabia, India, and the Malay archipelago. Muslim merchants from Basra, Suraf, and Aden maintained a continuous presence across these routes since the Abbasid period, relying upon monsoon winds to establish predictable circuits of navigation. By the 15th century, this system had matured into a stable cosmopolitan network governed by shared commercial law fiqh al-tijara and moral codes of trust, amana. Cities such as Calicut, Cambay, Malacca, and Hormuz emerged as the maritime analogues of Samarkand and Bokhara, cosmopolitan entrepots where Arabic, Persian, Gujarati, Malay, and Chinese functioned as trade languages in a continuous dialogue of goods and ideas. The Ming dynasty's engagement with this maritime world marked a decisive moment in the reconfiguration of Eurasian exchange. The voyages of Zheng He, 1405–1433 CE, commissioned by the Yongle Emperor, constituted the most ambitious naval expeditions of the pre-modern era. Sailing with fleets of colossal treasure ships, Zheng He traversed the South China Sea, the Indian Ocean, and the coasts of East Africa, re-establishing Chinese presence across the maritime Silk Road. These voyages demonstrated the continuity of the old cosmopolitan ideal, imperial legitimacy expressed through the facilitation of universal exchange. Yet unlike the Mongol or Timurid empires, the Ming projection of power was maritime rather than continental. It asserted dominance through visibility and ritual rather than occupation. The exchange of envoys, gifts, and knowledge along these routes reaffirmed the notion of the world as an interdependent system of tribute and reciprocity. Concurrently, the Islamic world remained deeply embedded in this evolving maritime order. The ports of the Western Indian Ocean, Hormuz, Aden, and Jeddah, became crucial nodes of intercontinental traffic, channeling goods between Africa, Arabia, and Asia. Muslim navigators, drawing upon astronomical tables derived from the Zijai Sultani and other Persian sources, refined long-distance navigation through the computation of latitude using the camel and the astrolabe. The intellectual continuity between the observatories of Samarkand and the ships of the Indian Ocean was more than symbolic. It demonstrated the extension of Timurid science into the mechanics of global commerce. The 15th century thus witnessed the globalization of the Silk Road's ethos rather than its extinction. The same principles of regulated exchange, mutual protection, and cultural synthesis that had governed the overland routes now migrated to the maritime sphere. The sea became the new steppe, open, unbounded, and governed by wind and calculation instead of horse and caravan. In this transformation, the ancient vision of Eurasian unity acquired planetary dimension. Yet the maritime reorientation also marked the beginning of a new dynamic, the intrusion of European powers into an already globalized Eastern system. The Portuguese arrival in the Indian Ocean in 1498 under Vasco da Gama inaugurated a contest not of discovery, but of displacement. European empires, armed with maritime artillery and mercantilist ideology, sought to monopolize rather than participate in exchange. The Silk Road's moral economy of reciprocity thus encountered for the first time the logic of exclusivity, a confrontation that would redefine world history. The overland Silk Road was not annihilated by these developments. It persisted in diminished form under Safavid, Mughal, and Ming patronage, but the center of historical gravity had irreversibly moved seaward. The Road of Silk was becoming a road of sails, a shift that would transform not only commerce, but the metaphysics of civilization itself. The 16th century constituted the decisive phase of this maritime transformation, when the traditional balance between Eastern cosmopolitanism and Western expansion tilted irreversibly toward the Atlantic powers. The Portuguese Estado de India, followed by the Spanish, Dutch, and English empires, established fortified trading posts along the coasts of Africa, India, and Southeast Asia, seeking to reorient the established circuits of the Indian Ocean toward European control. Yet the entry of these powers did not create globalization. It merely appropriated a system that had already been global for centuries. The maritime Silk Road linking the Mediterranean, Red Sea, Persian Gulf, and the Pacific, preceded European intrusion by a millennium. What changed was the principle that governed exchange. Reciprocity was replaced by monopoly and cosmopolitanism by empire. The Portuguese incursion under Afonso de Albuquerque, d. 1515 CE, exemplified this shift in ethos. After seizing Hormuz, Goa, and Malacca, the Portuguese established a network of fortresses designed to regulate maritime trade through a regime of cartazes, naval passes authorizing ships to sail under Portuguese license. This innovation signaled a fundamental departure from the Silk Road's open moral economy. Where Muslim and Asian merchants had long relied on trust and mutual recognition, the European system substituted coercion for consent. Nonetheless, the infrastructure they constructed, the harbors, warehouses, and customs houses, remained superimposed upon older Islamic and Indian networks. The global order that emerged was therefore hybrid, European in coercive power, yet still Eastern in connective logic. The Ottoman Empire responded to this maritime challenge by projecting its own sovereignty into the Red Sea and the Western Indian Ocean. Under Sultan Selim I and his successor Suleiman, the magnificent Ottoman fleets based in Suez and Basra sought to counter Portuguese influence by protecting Muslim pilgrimage routes and sustaining the traditional flow of trade between India, Yemen, and Egypt. The naval expeditions led by Piri Reis and Saidi Ali Reis in the mid-16th century demonstrated the empire's understanding of maritime strategy as both a political and theological imperative, the preservation of the Dar al-Islam through the defense of commercial justice. The Ottomans' cartographic endeavors, particularly Piri Reis's Kitableta 131 Bari, illustrate a continuation of the Silk Road's intellectual spirit, a synthesis of geography, astronomy, and theology translated into the idiom of navigation. Simultaneously, the Safavid and Mughal empires revitalized the terrestrial sections of the Silk Road, sustaining a dual system of overland and maritime exchange. The Safavid capital at Isfahan and the Mughal centers of Agra and Lahore functioned as intermediaries between the Indian Ocean and Central Asia. The Safavid caravansaries along the route from Tabriz to Kandahar, as well as the Mughal sarais that lined the Grand Trunk Road, preserved the spatial architecture of the old Silk Road. Goods entering via Hormuz, Surat, and Bengal traveled inland toward the Caspian and the Oxus, maintaining the connective tissue that bound sea to steppe. The Safavid silk monopoly, organized under Shah Abbas I, ensured that Persia remained central to global textile production, supplying both European markets and Asian demand. At the intellectual level, the 16th century represented a profound reconfiguration of cosmology. The empirical disciplines that had flourished under the Timurids and Mamluks found new maritime application. Astronomers and cartographers translated the spherical geometry of celestial motion into the spatial logic of navigation. The Zij tables, once employed in Samarkand's observatories, now informed the design of nautical charts in Lisbon, Istanbul, and Goa. The conceptual unity of heaven and earth, expressed through mathematical precision, migrated from observatory to ocean. In this sense, the maritime revolution was the technological consummation of the Silk Road's epistemology, the world as an intelligible and measurable continuum. Despite the ascendancy of European fleets, Asian states and merchants retained decisive influence in the Indian Ocean's internal economy. Gujarati shipbuilders constructed the most seaworthy vessels of the era. Arab pilots navigated the monsoons with a precision derived from centuries of empirical observation, and Malay and Javanese port polities managed intricate systems of tribute and exchange. Even in regions nominally under European control, indigenous commercial practices persisted, preserving the ethical and procedural frameworks of earlier centuries. The Portuguese and later the Dutch East India Company, VOC, inserted themselves into, rather than replaced, this pre-existing cosmopolitan order. The theological dimension of this transition cannot be overlooked. The Islamic conception of trade as a form of divine stewardship continued to guide maritime commerce, ensuring that contracts, credit, and partnership retained their moral character. Pilgrimage and trade remained intertwined. Ships carrying spices and textiles often also conveyed scholars, jurists, and pilgrims. The maritime routes of the 16th century thus preserved the Silk Road's dual function as both economic and spiritual highway. By the end of the century, the pattern of global exchange had irrevocably changed. The sea had become the primary medium of connection, yet the underlying principles of interdependence, legality, and trust, refined through centuries of Silk Road civilization, remained intact. The world was becoming global not because of European initiative, but because the Silk Road's intellectual and moral architecture had finally encompassed the oceans. The 17th century witnessed the full maturation of the maritime world system, a structure of exchange in which the legacies of the Silk Road persisted beneath the surface of European domination. The oceanic routes that now connected East Asia, South Asia, the Middle East, and Europe were not the invention of the Atlantic empires, but the reorganization of an older Eurasian continuum. The maritime Silk Road had evolved into a planetary circuit, integrating technologies, commodities, and cosmologies that originated in distinct civilizational matrices. The global economy that emerged from this synthesis bore unmistakable traces of the intellectual and moral grammar of its predecessors. At the center of this new order stood the Dutch and English East India Companies, corporate institutions whose bureaucratic rationality reflected a secular echo of imperial administration, once managed by caliphs and khans. These companies appropriated the archival and contractual systems of Islamic mercantile law, transforming them into instruments of capitalist expansion. The SHRI Macron letter 2BF, a principle of partnership, MU letter 1E0DA Macron R a BAH, for instance, reappeared in the European concept of joint stock investment. The techniques of double entry accounting, perfected in the mercantile cities of the Islamic Mediterranean, were institutionalized in Amsterdam and London. In this way, the moral economy of the Silk Road was stripped of its theological content and reconstituted as commercial abstraction. Yet even in this secular form, the essential logic remained unchanged. Wealth was still produced through trust, calculation, and long-distance coordination, the same virtues that had sustained the caravanserais of Bokhara and the ports of Aden. The commodities that defined this era also traced their genealogies to the old Eurasian exchanges. Silk, porcelain, and spices continued to dominate global trade, but they now moved along maritime arteries rather than desert roads. The Persian and Indian textile industries, revitalized under the Safavids and Mughals, supplied the primary exports that financed the European companies' operations. Safavid Isfahan and Mughal Bengal became the twin workshops of the early modern world, their weavers producing the fine muslins and brocades that clothed Europe's elites. Chinese ceramics and Japanese silver completed this triangle of interdependence, linking East Asian production to South Asian labor and Western consumption. The intellectual and cartographic foundations of this global system owed much to the synthesis of Islamic, Chinese, and European sciences. The astronomical tables derived from Ulugh Beg's Zij-i Sultani and the mathematical models refined by the Maragha school informed both Islamic and Jesuit navigation manuals. Jesuit astronomers at the Ming and later Qing courts, such as Matteo Ricci and Johann Adam Schall von Bell, transmitted European adaptations of Islamic spherical geometry back into East Asia, closing a loop of knowledge that had begun in Samarkand 3 centuries earlier. The conceptual unification of the globe, expressed through maps, charts, and star tables, was thus the scientific counterpart of the Silk Road's ancient cosmology, a world conceived as a single, measurable, and lawful creation. Religious and philosophical exchange continued along these maritime routes, albeit in new forms. The Jesuit missions in Asia, particularly in China and Japan, exemplified the intellectual dimension of global interconnection. Their translations of Euclidean geometry, Aristotelian logic, and Christian theology into Chinese not only introduced European scholastic thought to the East, but also reflected the long-standing Silk Road practice of intercultural translation. Conversely, the influx of Asian knowledge, Confucian ethics, Buddhist metaphysics, and Islamic astronomy entered European consciousness, contributing to the epistemic pluralism that underpinned the early Enlightenment. Thus, the maritime Silk Road, though transformed in medium, remained faithful to its civilizational vocation, the circulation of ideas as much as of goods. The political geography of the 17th century further demonstrates the endurance of Silk Road paradigms. The Safavid, Mughal, and Ottoman empires, though distinct in confession and administration, maintained overlapping systems of trade and diplomacy. Their ambassadors navigated a network of ports and caravan routes that still mirrored the ancient corridors of exchange. Pilgrimage routes to Mecca and Medina, financed by Waqf endowments from as far as Assaye and Bokhara, ensured that religious unity persisted across an increasingly oceanic Islamicate world. Even as European companies imposed monopolies on spices and silver, the internal circulation of Islamic commerce, spanning Morocco, East Africa, India, and the Malay world, remained resilient, its coherence anchored in shared law and faith. The global flow of bullion illustrates the integration of old and new economies. The influx of American silver via the Spanish galleons of Manila linked the Atlantic and Pacific systems, enabling the large-scale monetization of Asian commerce. Yet it was through established Asian mechanisms, Persian money changers, Indian financiers, and Chinese merchants, that this silver was absorbed and redistributed. The Silk Road's ancient financial expertise thus became the silent infrastructure of early modern capitalism. By the end of the 17th century, the Silk Road had not vanished but transmuted. Its terrestrial form persisted in diminished corridors through Central Asia and Persia, while its maritime extension had expanded into a planetary grid. The ethical and epistemological assumptions that had governed it, trust as currency, knowledge as navigation, beauty as legitimacy, continued to animate global exchange, even within the mercantile empires that claimed to have superseded it. The sea had become the new desert, the ship the new caravan, and the ledger the new manuscript. The world, unified by trade, was now bound together by the same principle that had guided the Silk Road for millennia, the conviction that order, not chaos, governed the movement of creation. By the close of the 17th century, the Silk Road had completed its metamorphosis from a continental artery of caravans into a global maritime system of circulation. Its legacy survived not in the visible lines of desert tracks and oasis cities, but in the invisible infrastructures of finance, law, and knowledge that now sustained early modern globalization. The moral economy, once upheld by caravaneers and scholars of Samarkand, persisted within the ledgers of merchants in Amsterdam and Surat, in the correspondence of Jesuits in Beijing, and in the bureaucracies of Ottoman, Mughal, and Qing administrations. The Silk Road had ceased to exist as geography, it endured as mentality. The intellectual continuity between the pre-modern and the early modern world was most clearly evident in the persistence of universal order as a governing ideal. The Timurid observatories, the Ottoman madrasas, the Mughal academies, and the Jesuit colleges in East Asia all shared a conviction, expressed in mathematical, theological, and philosophical forms, that the world was rationally structured. This cosmological rationality, first codified in the astronomical canons of Islamic science and the Confucian metaphysics of harmony, became the foundation upon which the 17th century Republic of Letters constructed its global discourse. The Zij of Ulugh Beg, the Syntaxis of Ptolemy, and the Principia of Newton were not disparate achievements. They belonged to a single continuum of inquiry into divine order expressed through motion. The Silk Road, reborn as the global network of science, had turned from a path of trade into a corridor of epistemology. Economically, the maritime Silk Road established the first integrated world market. The circulation of silver from the Americas through Manila and the Indian Ocean into China provided the liquidity for global commerce. The bullion influx stabilized the Ming-Qing economy while simultaneously fueling the Mughal and Safavid monetary systems. Persian silk, Indian textiles, and Chinese porcelain flowed westward. European bullion and African ivory moved eastward. This pattern of mutual dependence mirrored the earlier symmetry of overland trade, but its scale was planetary. The caravanserai had become the port city, the bazaar, the stock exchange. The grammar of trust, calculation, and credit remained the same, even as its instruments evolved. Politically, the old empires of the Silk Road adapted to the new maritime order with varying success. The Ottomans and Safavids maintained control over the overland corridors that connected the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf and Central Asia, while the Mughals reoriented their commercial gaze toward the Indian Ocean. Their diplomats corresponded across seas and deserts alike, sustaining an ecumene of law and language that continued to bind Asia together. The Chinese Empire, under the Ming and early Qing, reasserted maritime self-sufficiency, yet remained connected to global commerce through Canton and other coastal ports. In all these cases, the organizing principle of governance remained recognizably Silk Road in essence. Legitimacy derived from the maintenance of order and the facilitation of exchange. The cultural continuities of the period are equally striking. Artistic forms, particularly ceramics, textiles, and manuscript illumination, continued to circulate along the same east-west trajectories, though now primarily by sea. The chinoiserie aesthetics that captivated Baroque Europe were the latest expression of a dialogue that had begun in the workshops of Tabriz and the kilns of Jingdezhen. Persian miniature technique influenced Mughal painting, which in turn informed European perspectives on ornamentation and light. The global aesthetic of the 17th century was, in essence, a Silk Road aesthetic: symmetry, intricacy, and the theological assumption that beauty reflects order. The gradual decline of the overland routes did not signify the death of Central Asia's civilizational function. Cities such as Bokhara, Khiva, and Kashgar remained centers of scholarship, preserving classical Arabic and Persian learning in their madrasas. Sufi orders maintained spiritual correspondence networks that spanned from the Balkans to Indonesia, transmitting not goods but ideas, ethical conduct, metaphysical speculation, and devotional poetry. In this sense, the Silk Road persisted as an interior geography of the intellect and spirit. The deserts that once carried caravans now carried memory. The routes of trade had become routes of transmission in a metaphysical sense. By the end of the 17th century, the Silk Road's evolution into the maritime and scientific order of the early modern world was complete. Its moral and epistemic foundations, trust, law, reciprocity, and curiosity, had been universalized. The caravans of Bactria and Sogdiana had given way to the galleons of Manila and Amsterdam, yet the civilizational ethos was continuous. The Silk Road had accomplished what no single empire could. It had translated geography into philosophy. The legacy of this transformation was irreversible. Every subsequent epoch, from the Enlightenment to the Industrial Revolution, would inherit the Silk Road's conviction that commerce and knowledge are twin expressions of divine reason. The map of the world had changed, but its metaphysical coordinates remained intact. The Silk Road had merely changed its element, from earth to water, from caravan to ship, from the measured step of the camel to the calculated arc of the sextant. Civilization itself had taken to the sea, carrying with it the memory of the road that once bound the world in order. By the 18th century, the Silk Road no longer existed as an active geopolitical entity, yet its civilizational imprint persisted as both infrastructure and idea. The transformation of global exchange into the mercantile capitalism of Europe, followed by the industrial revolutions of the 19th century, did not erase the Silk Road's conceptual architecture. Rather, its principles, mobility, interdependence, and the sacralization of knowledge, were rearticulated within modern frameworks of economy and science. The caravan had become the railway, the observatory, the laboratory, and the imperial archive, the encyclopedia. Beneath the surface of Enlightenment rationalism, the metaphysical assumptions of Eurasian connectivity endured. The 18th century's great powers, Ottoman, Qing, Russian, and Mughal, each preserved fragments of the Silk Road's legacy in their administrative and intellectual systems. The Ottoman Ilmi hierarchy maintained the classical synthesis of jurisprudence, theology, and science. The Qing bureaucracy extended Confucian order into Inner Asia through policies of accommodation. The Mughals continued to govern through Persianate idioms of cosmopolitan civility, and the Romanov Empire, expanding across Siberia, revived in its own fashion the old transcontinental corridor. Russian expeditions under Peter the Great and Catherine II sought to map and control the same steppe and mountain routes once traversed by Sogdian merchants and Mongol couriers. The resulting geographical surveys and ethnographic records transformed the Silk Road from a lived space into an object of study. The road that once connected civilizations now connected disciplines. The Enlightenment's universalist ambition, the aspiration to catalogue and comprehend the totality of human knowledge, was a secular reincarnation of the Silk Road's cosmological unity. Encyclopedists such as Diderot and D'Alembert in Europe, as well as Islamic polymaths working in Istanbul, Isfahan, and Delhi, shared an epistemological confidence derived from the same premise, that truth, wherever found, could be integrated into a coherent order. The Republic of Letters that linked European intellectuals through correspondence functioned as a paper Silk Road, transmitting ideas across borders with a regularity once achieved by caravans. The difference lay not in structure, but in ontology. The sacred had been replaced by the secular, yet the movement of knowledge remained the measure of civilization. Simultaneously, the great Eurasian empires reconfigured the physical geography of connection. The Qing dynasty's consolidation of Xinjiang and Tibet in the mid-18th century represented the last imperial attempt to restore the overland Silk Road under a single authority. The construction of roads, postal stations, and garrisons across the Tarim Basin and Tian Shan Mountains revived the logistical techniques of the Tang and Yuan eras. Qing administrators explicitly referred to these projects as the reopening of ancient routes, Guidao Chongke, acknowledging continuity with earlier cosmopolitan orders. Similarly, the British East India Company's expansion into the Indian subcontinent and Afghanistan in the 19th century replicated the Silk Road's strategic logic, control of the crossroads between civilizations. The Industrial Revolution intensified this reorientation. Steam power and mechanized transport redefined the relationship between distance and time, effectively mechanizing the Silk Road's ancient principle of acceleration. The Trans-Caspian, Trans-Siberian, and Indo-European telegraph lines of the 19th century formed an electronic Silk Road, transmitting information at unprecedented speed across the same latitudes once traversed by caravans. The completion of the Trans-Siberian Railway, 1891–1916 CE, was both a technological and symbolic event. Iron tracks now bound Eurasia together as once did sand and wind. In this sense, the modern infrastructure of empire and capital was not an innovation, but a translation of older geometries of connection into the materials of the industrial age. Intellectually, Orientalist scholarship in Europe revived the Silk Road as a subject of historical fascination and imperial utility. Figures such as Alexander von Humboldt, Ferdinand von Richthofen, who coined the term Seidenstraße in 1877, and Aurel Stein transformed the Silk Road from memory into academic category. Archaeological expeditions across the Tarim Basin unearthed manuscripts, murals, and textiles, revealing the hybrid nature of ancient Eurasian civilization. Yet these discoveries also inaugurated the modern paradox of the Silk Road. It became both a site of admiration and appropriation. The European powers sought to possess through excavation what they could no longer dominate through trade. The road, once a symbol of reciprocity, now became an archive of empire. Nevertheless, the conceptual endurance of the Silk Road lay precisely in its adaptability. Even as industrial capitalism and colonial expansion reshaped the world, the idea of a transcontinental unity, economic, intellectual, and moral, continued to exert fascination. In the imagination of both scholars and statesmen, the Silk Road remained not a relic of antiquity, but a prototype for global modernity, an ancient blueprint for the world's emerging interdependence. The 19th century marked the convergence of two parallel processes: the technological unification of Eurasia through industrial means and the ideological reconstruction of the Silk Road as a historical and cultural archetype. As steamships and telegraph lines collapsed the distances that had once defined the Silk Road's rhythm, the overland routes lost their economic primacy, yet gained symbolic magnitude. The road ceased to be a geographical corridor and became instead a metaphor for civilization itself, a shorthand for the universal circulation of knowledge, faith, and exchange. In this metamorphosis, the Silk Road entered the modern imagination not as commerce, but as memory. European imperialism played an ambivalent role in this transformation. The Great Game between the British and Russian empires over Central Asia during the 19th century reanimated the strategic geography of the Silk Road under new ideological banners. For Britain, control of Afghanistan and Persia represented the defense of India, the jewel in the crown. For Russia, expansion across Turkestan toward the Oxus and Samarkand signified access to the warm waters of the Indian Ocean. Each power justified its ambitions through the language of civilizational guardianship. Explorers, archaeologists, and soldiers became modern counterparts of the Sogdian traders and Mongol envoys who had once traversed the same deserts. The rediscovery of the Silk Road was thus inseparable from its militarization. Archaeological expeditions of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Aurel Stein from Britain, Sven Hedin from Sweden, Paul Pelliot from France, and others, constituted the most extensive scholarly engagement with the Silk Road since antiquity. Their discoveries in the Taklamakan Desert, particularly at Dunhuang's Mogao Caves, revealed the Silk Road's pluralistic soul. Manuscripts in Sanskrit, Chinese, Sogdian, Tibetan, and Uyghur, coexisting within the same sacred space. These finds illuminated the premodern world's linguistic and religious diversity, demonstrating that Eurasia's unity had always been grounded in multiplicity. Yet the very act of excavation was also an act of appropriation. The manuscripts and artworks removed to London, Paris, and Berlin were recontextualized as trophies of empire, illustrating the paradox of modernity's relation to the Silk Road, reverence entwined with possession. In Asia itself, the 19th century was an age of adaptation rather than discovery. The Qing Empire, confronted with European imperial aggression, sought to reinvigorate its western provinces. Xinjiang was formally annexed in 1884, reviving administrative models that echoed Tang and Yuan precedents. The restoration of caravan routes between Kashgar, Yarkand, and the Russian frontier represented not nostalgia, but necessity. Similarly, in Persia and the Ottoman Empire, reformist movements attempted to reconcile Islamic governance with industrial modernity. The construction of telegraph lines from Istanbul to Tehran and onward to India effectively rewired the Silk Road as a network of instantaneous communication, a symbolic restoration of its connective essence through electrical rather than physical means. Intellectually, the period's fascination with history and origin led to the Silk Road's redefinition as a global heritage rather than a regional one. European Orientalism, Russian ethnography, and Chinese historiography converged in treating Eurasia as a single cultural organism whose arteries had once pulsed along the road of silk. In universities and museums, the Silk Road became the locus for debates about diffusion and synthesis, whether civilizations spread from a single center or emerged from the dialogue of many. The answer that gradually prevailed through both evidence and ideology was synthesis. The Silk Road stood as the antithesis of nationalism, a historical argument for interdependence. The rise of industrial capitalism further reinforced the Silk Road's conceptual afterlife. The expansion of railway networks across Russia, Persia, and India revived the geography of connection in mechanized form. The Trans-Caspian Railway, completed 1888, and later the Trans-Siberian Line, 1891–1916, reconnected Central Asia to global markets, transporting cotton, coal, and grain in the same directions that silk and spices had once traveled. The infrastructure of empire thus became the infrastructure of memory. Modern transport replicated the geometry of ancient caravans, translating the organic pulse of animal and wind into the mechanical rhythm of steam and electricity. The 20th century inherited from this period both the myth and the mechanism of the Silk Road. As empires declined and nations emerged, the idea of Eurasian unity persisted as a counterpoint to fragmentation. Scholars, reformers, and visionaries in Russia, China, and the Islamic world invoked the Silk Road as a precedent for international cooperation and cultural exchange. For them, the road symbolized not the past, but a possible future, a world once again interconnected through law, knowledge, and beauty. By the dawn of the 20th century, the Silk Road had become a paradoxical presence, physically diminished, intellectually exalted. It no longer carried caravans, yet it carried meaning, the enduring conviction that the world's civilizations, however diverse, shared a single historical horizon. In that conviction, the Silk Road entered modernity not as ruin, but as foundation. The 20th century transformed the Silk Road from an object of imperial archaeology into a field of modern geopolitics, scholarship, and ideology. The century's wars, revolutions, and technological upheavals did not obliterate the Silk Road's relevance. Rather, they continually reinterpreted it to suit shifting visions of world order. The road that had once served as a bridge between civilizations became a mirror reflecting the political and intellectual anxieties of modernity. The early decades of the 20th century witnessed the disintegration of the great Eurasian empires, the Ottoman, Qing, Romanov, and later British. Their dissolution fractured the territorial continuity that had once defined the Silk Road, dividing it among nation-states whose borders often ignored the historical logic of geography. Yet even amid these fragmentations, the idea of transcontinental connection persisted. The Soviet Union, inheriting the Russian imperial frontier, reimagined Central Asia not as periphery but as laboratory. The vast steppes and oases that had once hosted caravans now became sites of socialist modernization. Collective farms, industrial centers, and scientific institutes replaced caravanserais and bazaars. The Soviet ideology of internationalism, though secular and materialist, echoed the Silk Road's ethos of integration, a vision of humanity organized not by tribe or creed, but by shared labor and progress. In China, the early 20th century saw both the fall of the Qing and the emergence of a modern historical consciousness that reclaimed the Silk Road as national heritage. Chinese scholars, inspired partly by European archaeology and partly by indigenous historiography, began to reinterpret the ancient roots as evidence of China's centrality in world civilization. The Silk Road was no longer merely a commercial network. It became a symbol of cultural diplomacy, representing the harmonious diffusion of Chinese civilization through trade and dialogue. This reinterpretation culminated in the mid-20th century under the People's Republic, when the Silk Road was invoked as a precedent for socialist internationalism and peaceful coexistence. The narrative shifted from empire to partnership, from dominion to cooperation. The mid-century period of decolonization extended this intellectual transformation. Newly independent nations across Asia and Africa adopted the Silk Road as a metaphor for post-colonial solidarity. The 1955 Bandung Conference, which inaugurated the non-aligned movement, was widely interpreted by contemporary commentators as a revival of the Silk Road's cosmopolitan ethos, an attempt to reassert the moral geography of interdependence against the bipolar order of the Cold War. Cultural diplomacy, educational exchange, and Trans-Asian infrastructure projects all drew upon this lineage, transforming the ancient ideal of reciprocal exchange into a political strategy for modern sovereignty. Simultaneously, academic interest in the Silk Road evolved into a mature interdisciplinary field. Archaeology, linguistics, art history, and comparative religion converged in reconstructing the road's complex past. The Dunhuang manuscripts, once imperial trophies, became sources for new philologies that redefined understandings of Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, and Manichaeism as trans-Eurasian phenomena. The study of trade ceramics revealed not mere aesthetic preference, but entire systems of production and consumption stretching from Jingdezhen to Venice. The Silk Road thus re-entered global consciousness not as legend, but as data, a network analyzed through material evidence and statistical reconstruction. Technologically, the 20th century produced new analogues of the Silk Road in the form of communication networks. Telegraphy had already compressed distance. Radio, aviation, and eventually digital infrastructure annihilated it altogether. The global circuits of oil pipelines, fiber optic cables, and satellite orbits mirrored the old geography of interconnection, but now on planetary scale. The very concept of globalization, which dominated late 20th century political economy, represented the culmination of a process that had begun with the Silk Road's first caravans, the integration of distant societies through shared material and informational systems. The difference lay only in degree and velocity. By the century's final decades, the Silk Road had become a global metaphor once more, invoked in discourses of tourism, heritage preservation, and international cooperation. UNESCO's integral study of the Silk Roads, Roads of Dialogue, initiated in 1988, institutionalized the road's symbolic afterlife, designating it as a shared heritage of humankind. This project reflected both the nostalgia and the aspiration of a globalized world seeking continuity with its pre-modern origins. The Silk Road, stripped of empire and theology, had become a universal signifier, an emblem of exchange, hybridity, and coexistence. The 20th century, therefore, did not end the Silk Road's history, it universalized it. The old roots became invisible, yet their logic permeated every aspect of modern life, from the flow of oil and data to the circulation of ideas and art. The Silk Road survived not as geography, but as grammar, the syntax through which the modern world continued to think about connection, order, and civilization. In the 21st century, the Silk Road has re-emerged not merely as historical memory, but as political instrument and intellectual framework. Its revival, economic, cultural, and rhetorical, reflects the enduring potency of Eurasia's connective imagination. What began as a pre-modern network of exchange now serves as a template for global interdependence in the age of technology, logistics, and information. The Silk Road, once traversed by camels and envoys, has been reborn as infrastructure and ideology. Pipelines, fiber optic cables, shipping corridors, and digital platforms constitute its modern arteries. The most visible expression of this revival is the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, launched by the People's Republic of China in 2013. Officially described as a strategy for policy coordination, facilities connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and people-to-people bonds, it explicitly invokes the Silk Road as both historical lineage and legitimizing myth. The initiative redefines the classical Eurasian corridors as a transcontinental framework linking Asia, Africa, and Europe through ports, railways, and energy networks. In this modern iteration, the Silk Road functions simultaneously as economic system and civilizational narrative, a means to organize global infrastructure and to articulate a vision of shared destiny, Gongtong Minjian. The very vocabulary of the initiative, revival, harmony, connectivity, recapitulates the philosophical lexicon of Tang and Yuan cosmopolitanism, now translated into the grammar of 21st century geopolitics. Yet this new Silk Road, like its predecessors, is not merely logistical. It operates within an ideological field shaped by competing visions of globalization. To its advocates, the BRI represents the restoration of Eurasia's historic unity, a counter-narrative to Western-centric world orders. To its critics, it signifies the extension of state capitalism and geopolitical influence under the guise of cultural revival. Both interpretations confirm the same principle. The Silk Road endures as a mirror through which civilizations negotiate power, identity, and legitimacy. The continuity between ancient and modern forms lies not in material structure, but in symbolic function, the ability of the Silk Road to embody the world's desire for ordered connection amid fragmentation. Beyond economics, the Silk Road's 21st century revival has taken cultural and intellectual forms. Universities, museums, and research institutes across Asia, Europe, and the Middle East now sponsor Silk Road studies as a discipline encompassing archaeology, trade history, linguistics, and comparative religion. International exhibitions, such as the Silk Roads, Roads of Dialogue series, and the Dunhuang Project, have digitized vast archives of manuscripts, ensuring that the textual memory of the road circulates through the digital sphere as once it did along the desert. In cyberspace, the Silk Road has found its most paradoxical reincarnation, a virtual network without geography, replicating the very placelessness that once defined its spiritual universality. At the same time, the modern Silk Road is entangled with the environmental and ethical dilemmas of the Anthropocene. The extraction of resources, the construction of transcontinental corridors, and the expansion of global logistics echo the environmental transformations once wrought by irrigation and agriculture along the ancient oases. The tension between connectivity and preservation, between development and sustainability, recalls the delicate equilibrium maintained for millennia along the original road. The Silk Road thus continues to symbolize not only unity but fragility, the recognition that civilization's strength lies in balance, not conquest. Philosophically, the contemporary fascination with the Silk Road represents an implicit critique of modernity's fragmentation. In a world divided by nation-states and ideologies, the Silk Road offers a memory of coherence. Its history demonstrates that exchange, not isolation, has always defined human flourishing. The multiplicity of languages, religions, and economies along its path testifies to the possibility of unity without uniformity, a lesson increasingly urgent in an age of polarization. To recall the Silk Road is therefore not nostalgia, but prognosis, an argument that the future of civilization depends upon the ethics of interdependence. In historiographical terms, the 21st century has begun to reinterpret the Silk Road less as an east-west axis and more as a planetary network. Scholars emphasize the north-south trajectories that linked Africa, Central Asia, and the Pacific, dissolving the binary geography inherited from colonial scholarship. The Silk Road now stands as a symbol for global systems, theory, ecology, and cultural studies alike, a conceptual bridge between antiquity and modernity, materiality and metaphor. Thus, the Silk Road's afterlife continues, from the Bronze Age caravans of Sumer and Elam to the fiber-optic cables of Shanghai and Rotterdam. Its essence remains unchanged: movement governed by law, exchange framed by trust, and the search for equilibrium between power and meaning. The Silk Road endures because it embodies the deepest structure of civilization, the conviction that order can span the world without erasing difference. In this continuity lies the true legacy of the Silk Road, not a vanished route, but a permanent principle of human history, that every horizon crossed expands the realm of the known, that every exchange, however humble, participates in the architecture of the universal. The Silk Road began as geography and became philosophy. Its journey has never ended. Across 5 millennia of human movement, from the irrigation fields of Sumer to the satellite orbits of the 21st century, the Silk Road has persisted as the most comprehensive expression of the human desire for order through exchange. It is not merely an historical phenomenon, but an epistemological constant, a recurring pattern through which civilizations have understood the world and themselves. Whether embodied in caravan routes, maritime circuits, or digital networks, the Silk Road represents the structural unity of material and metaphysical life, the conviction that communication is both the engine and the measure of civilization. The road's endurance cannot be explained by geography alone. Its continuity lies in its capacity to reconcile multiplicity with coherence. Along its routes, languages coexisted without hierarchy, religions engaged without annihilation, and economies intertwined without uniformity. The Silk Road's true innovation was not the transmission of goods, but the invention of a cosmopolitan ethic, an understanding that the world's diversity could function as an instrument of stability rather than division. This ethic, formulated in the early cities of Mesopotamia and matured through the imperial ecumenes of Persia, Rome, and China, achieved its most sophisticated articulation in the medieval Islamicate synthesis. There, the theology of T, a W letter 1E25 I macron D, unity in divine multiplicity, found its geopolitical expression in a network of trade, scholarship, and law that spanned continents. The metaphysical premise of the Silk Road was simple yet inexhaustible, that the cosmos itself is a system of correspondence. As planets revolve, so do caravans. As the heavens maintain harmony through motion, so must human societies sustain balance through circulation. This cosmological analogy, the conviction that movement and order are identical, animated both the astronomers of Samarkand and the merchants of Bokhara. Trade and theology were parallel disciplines. Both sought to measure the unseen forces that bind the world. The caravan and the observatory, the bazaar and the madrasa, were expressions of the same intellectual faith, that reason could translate the divine geometry of the heavens into the practical ethics of the earth. Through this lens, the Silk Road was not an economic mechanism, but a metaphysical institution. Its durability derived from the moral disciplines that governed it: trust, hospitality, law, and reciprocity. The Suk and the caravanserai functioned as laboratories of ethical cosmopolitanism, where contracts were honored across confessional lines and hospitality was treated as a form of worship. These practices, sanctified by law and habit, gave tangible form to what theology only theorized: the unity of humankind within the multiplicity of faiths. The Silk Road's moral economy thus preceded and prefigured every later experiment in globalization. Historically, its greatest transformation, the shift from land to sea, did not destroy its logic, but universalized it. The maritime expansions of the 15th and 16th centuries extended the Silk Road's architecture of exchange to planetary scale. The oceans became new deserts, the ships new caravans, the port cities new oases of syncretism. In this process, the road's original cosmology migrated into secular institutions. Law became contract, theology became science, and cosmopolitanism became capitalism. Yet the underlying grammar remained constant: a faith in order through movement, in the intelligibility of the world through circulation. The Enlightenment's ideal of universal reason, the Industrial Revolution's pursuit of global integration, and the contemporary rhetoric of connectivity all inherit this Silk Road paradigm. Each represents a resecularization of its metaphysical core. Even the vocabulary of modern globalization, network, flow, system, balance, is a lexicon born of caravan cities and maritime entrepôts. The Silk Road survives within the logic of modernity precisely because it articulated the original syntax of interdependence. In the modern age, its moral and philosophical dimensions have been rediscovered in the language of heritage and ecology. The recognition that humanity shares not only a history, but an environment revives the Silk Road's ancient equilibrium between movement and restraint. The deserts that once demanded sustainability of water and pasture now find their analog in the planet's fragile biosphere. Civilization's continuity depends, as it always has, on maintaining balance within motion. The Silk Road's ultimate lesson is therefore ecological as much as ethical. That connection without moderation leads not to order, but to entropy. The 21st century revival of the Silk Road in policy, culture, and scholarship signifies more than nostalgia. It marks a collective return to the understanding that no civilization exists in isolation. The rhetoric of Belt and Road, the digital preservation of manuscripts, and the academic reconstitution of Eurasia as a single analytic space are contemporary expressions of a truth already ancient: that humanity's progress is cumulative and communicative. To speak of the Silk Road today is to acknowledge that history itself is a network, that knowledge, faith, and commerce are inseparable threads in the same fabric of continuity. In theological terms, the Silk Road demonstrates the immanence of unity within multiplicity. Its history affirms that divine order does not manifest as uniformity, but as patterned diversity. The polyphonic coexistence of Zoroastrians, Buddhists, Muslims, and Christians along its path was not anomaly, but design. It reflected a metaphysical architecture in which difference was a form of participation in the whole. This insight, preserved in scripture and sustained in practice, renders the Silk Road not a relic of the past, but a revelation continuously renewed through human interaction. Thus, to study the Silk Road is to study the grammar of civilization itself. It teaches that exchange is not merely transaction, but translation, the act through which cultures make themselves intelligible to one another and in doing so approach universality. It reminds us that order is not imposed but composed, that law and beauty emerge from motion, not stasis. The Silk Road's ultimate significance lies in this synthesis of theology, science, and history, a recognition that the human journey toward understanding mirrors the world's own structure of circulation. From the cuneiform ledgers of Ur to the quantum algorithms of the digital age, every medium of connection carries forward the same ancient intuition. That meaning is relational, that truth travels, that the road endures because it is not merely a path upon the earth, but a principle within the cosmos. In this realization, the Silk Road attains its final transformation. It ceases to be a name for geography and becomes a description of reality. It is the world's memory of itself, the silent continuity that threads past and present, commerce and contemplation, the finite and the infinite. The road has no end because civilization itself is its destination.